I would like to call to order.
This conference will now be recorded.
I would like to call to order this City of Hasslet City Council meeting October 3rd, 2022 at 7:02 p.m. There is a quorum present. All members of the council are present in the chambers. And good evening, Hasslet. Good evening, council, staff. If you would like join me in invocation, bow your heads. Father in heaven, we thank you for the many tender mercies that you bestow upon us. We thank you for your continued guidance and your understanding. And we just thank you so very much. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. And if you stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. What would you think if we started playing America the Beautiful after the Pledge of Allegiance? How about that? Okay. Anyway, item 3 is citizen participation. Do we have anybody who would like to speak?
Yes, sir, we do. Patricia Hilborn.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Like other Hasslet boards and commissions, the Planning and Zoning Commission has an odd number of membership. For the P&Z, that's 5 regular members and 2 alternates. When all regular members are present, it's nearly impossible to get a tie vote. If a regular member is absent and an alternate votes in their place, that also makes it very hard for there to be a tie vote. On Tuesday night, September 27th, last P&Z meeting, all 4 of the filled regular members of the P&Z attended, which is 1 more than they needed for their quorum. Okay, quorum is 3, they had 4 regular members, and 1 of the alternates was also in attendance. Under our current rules, the alternate was a voting member that night. With the alternate's vote, the item to repeal the 2016 comprehensive plan passed with a vote of 3-2. If the alternate had not voted, the vote would have been 2-2 and would have failed. Robert's Rules of Order, Article 8, item vote, item 46, on a tie vote, the motion is lost. So the ordinance you're considering tonight would have prevented the alternate from voting, as they did not make up a part of the quorum, and so that item would have come to you as a failed item from the P&Z. That's just one instance that shows how alternates matter to the work of our city and the work of our boards and commissions. They are needed beyond just making a part of the quorum. So I'm asking you to reconsider your stance on minimizing the role of alternates. Instead, vote the item C, it's 6C tonight, vote it down, and let's stand the current ordinances, which will allow what happened at the P&Z meeting, which is for the alternate to vote in the place of an absent regular member. So just to reiterate, with the alternate member voting, the repeal was passed 3-2. Without the alternate member voting, the repeal would have failed with a 2-2 vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address the council? Is there anyone online that would like to address the council? All right, with that, there's no one in the chambers, no one online. I'll close this item. And if we go to item 4, items of community interest. Saturday, October 29th, is the Haslet Volunteer Fire Department's Haunted Hayride fundraiser from 7 to 10 p.m. It is a Great time. Bring the kids, come on out and enjoy the festivities. Our Haslet Hustle 5K Fun Run has been canceled. That was to occur on October 29th as well, due to road construction projects. And here in the near future, you're going to be seeing a lot of construction projects. So just beware. And we'll try to keep you posted as well as we can on the Hasslet website. 4C, Hasslet is hiring. We have quite a few number of openings. Code enforcement officer, IT specialist, library director, our beloved Barbara Thompson, our library director, has announced her retirement. Will be the end of October. So we'll be in search of a library director. We have Parks and Ground crew leader. Parks and Ground crew or Parks and Grounds maintenance workers, staff accountant, water maintenance worker 1 and 2. And then here very shortly, you'll see posting for full-time firemen. And we put the word out to all those young folks that you know, and we are in search of good help. Thank you.
Mayor Halsey,
Yes.
I had a question. Is the executive assistant is not listed? Has that position been filled?
It has not been filled, and we are rewriting the job description.
Okay, great, thank you. And then secondly, tomorrow's National Night Out from 6 to 8. So
Absolutely. Thank you.
Bring that up. And I also wanted to thank Ms. Montgomery for all the hard work you've been putting out. I know you were here very late Friday when our packet came out, so thank you for all you do.
Very good. And again, our National Night Out is tomorrow night. There will be many different entities out there being represented. Come out, meet them all. It'll be a great time. It was really a fun night last year, and it will be even more so this year. That's tomorrow night. And what time does that start? 6 to 8. Very good. And the Tarrant County Posse, our mounted deputies on horseback, will be there. The kids will love it. Updates on active items, projects, and the event recaps. Mr. Rogers.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We start off with our community park project, which 100% done plans. So that's fixing to be finished up this week, ready to hit the streets and see what kind of bids we can get back on that project. So that will be coming back to y'all here roughly about a month or so out from now. Hopefully choose the low bidder or the best bidder on the job, one or the other. So look for that to be coming forward here real soon. And we got our Hasslet Parkway project for the construction out there. And if you want to look at pictures, sent Stephen pictures. It's amazing how much concrete we have out there now. As you can see in that first photo, there are 2 lanes in both directions from Harmon Road all the way to 35. We've got 2 lanes from there to Intermodal Parkway, the other direction, completed. And then Intermodal Parkway itself has 2 lanes in both directions completed. All that's really left is hand doing turn lanes and doing the actual intersection. And they've also completed the Hasslet Parkway bridge over Buffalo Creek. They've completed the westbound completely done, and here they're fixing to start the pour on the eastbound lane. It's all set, ready to go. Machines set there ready. They've already started that one too. That one should be finished here in another day or so. So those will be done. So this project has moved along quite quickly. They have really made a lot of progress here in the last couple of months. So you'll be seeing a lot of this road being ready for use very soon. So that leads into the next one, in that's the thing. We're already dealing with the subcontractor for the signal that will be installed there at Intermodal and Haslet Parkway. They're getting it ready. They're going to start laying their stuff in here shortly. They came in, matter of fact, today to get the addressing so they can get the power set up so they can get started. So that's coming soon. And then we've got, let's see, what else do I have? Oh, we got a residence request for a stop sign down here at 2nd Street and Gamble. And that will be, you will see that again. That is going to be on our traffic mitigation program that's starting now, that we're into the new budget year. So that's going to be coming soon. But you all will see it in another form. You will see an ordinance amendment because it's a stop sign. Stop signs all have to pass before council in an amendment to our traffic management plan. So probably within the next month, maybe month and a half, hopefully by your November meeting, I'm hoping, we will have that coming to y'all for an amendment to include that. And then they'd asked also about lighting in the community park. That will be coming up on the park board's agenda. That's where that stuff starts. When it comes to the parks, it starts with them. And that's pretty much all of them for that. If y'all got
Very
any
good.
questions about the roads or things you want to know about, maybe I can answer.
Council, do you have any questions for Mr. Rogers?
The stop sign you said is 2nd and Gamma,
Mm-hmm.
and that's because the cars are cutting across through there?
Yes, and it is the one and only four-way stop in all of this part of town that does not have a four-way stop. Every other one is four-way except for that one. It's a two-way.
Very good.
All right, thank y'all.
Let's go to item 6, consent agenda. Council, is there any item on here you would like to remove or have further inquiry about?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to look at item 6A, the Joint Council Planning and Zoning Commission Workshop.
Very good. Okay. Does anybody else have anything?
Mayor Halsey, I'd like to remove item 6B from the consent agenda for further discussion.
Very good. Any other items? If not, then we have 6C and 6D. May I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve consent agenda items 6B and 6D as presented.
Oh, 6B and D. All right. And let me ask, I thought you wanted to pull 6B.
It was 6C.
D?
C as in cat.
C is in cat. Excuse me. All right then. So is there a second? And that is approving 6B and 6D.
Yes, Mayor, I'll second that.
There is a second. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
2, 4, all opposed? 3 opposed. Okay. Motion fails. All right, council. We will address them one by one. Okay, 6A. And who would like to take 6A?
Mayor Halsey, I'd like to make a motion to pass 6A.
Motion is made to approve 6A. Is there a second?
Mayor, can we discuss 6A before we pass a motion?
We know a motion is on the floor. What you can do is go ahead and second it. We take a vote, and if it passes, if it fails, it fails. you can ask the motioner to withdraw the motion or amend the motion to have discussion prior. Now, again, you can second the motion, then it goes into discussion. Only if you second the motion. Someone seconds the motion. Then it will go into discussion.
Okay, so it will go into a discussion.
Yes.
Mayor Halsey? I second.
Okay, it is seconded. All right, discussion?
Yes, Mayor, my concern is, I know that was a workshop that we were asked if there was multiple dates that we'd be available. Obviously, I turned in my information that I could make it Tuesday and could not make the day that actually happened on Thursday. I do understand, reading through notes, that there was a quorum for the P&Z present in chambers and 2 members present on council in chambers and 2 via website. But what I'm concerned about is the meeting was not recorded, and was there a reason the meeting wasn't recorded so we could view it afterwards?
The reason it was not recorded because the actual meeting occurred on 3 tables, and there were, I believe, 6 representatives from staff at each table, and the cameras are pointed this way. It would have not captured anything, and also the audio would not have been picked up. So it would have been a recording of nothing.
Okay, but we did record the budget workshop.
Because the budget workshop was stationary in one place.
Okay, that's my concern. Then we need to address when we have a quorum present in a workshop, we need to be able to have those meetings recorded for public viewing in future meetings. And
we will in the near future. I've asked the IT folks to give me a proposal for a new system for these chambers, so we can do such as that.
Okay, because I think that meeting was vital to agenda items on tonight's meeting.
Yes, and you will see that presentation again tonight. And that presentation was also given to P&Z.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. All right, any further discussion? If not, I'll ask for the vote on the approval or disapproval of 6A. Yes.
We did not get a second on that.
We
motion.
did get a second
Oh,
on
we
that.
did?
Councilmember Nahara
Thank you.
seconded it. All right, again, any further discussion? All right. Who was that? All right then. Okay, all in favor? 4, all opposed. 1 opposed. Motion passes. 6B, approval of the September 19, 2022 regular city council meeting minutes. Whose item is that?
Mayor Halsey,
Yes.
I'll move to approve the September 19th, 2022's regular city council's meeting minutes.
Motion is made to approve the September 19, 2022 council meeting minutes. Is there a second?
Yes, Mayor, I'll second that.
There is a second. Okay, discussion. No discussion. Okay. I'll take the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, unanimous. Motion passes. 6C, approval of ordinance amending Hasslet City Code as amended by amending Article 1.10, boards and commissions to eliminate alternate members' participation on a board and commission to only when a quorum is needed and repealing conflicting ordinances. Is there, all right then. Whose item is this?
Mayor Halsey. I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 6C.
Motion is made to approve item 6C. Is there a second?
Mayor Halsey, I second.
There is a second. Discussion.
And Mayor Halsey. So.
Yes,
thank you.
please.
The reason I wanted this pulled is because I wanted to stress again how important I feel alternates are. And I was going to actually make reference to the P&Z meeting. I thought that Mr. Hayes, who was an alternate, contributed to the conversation. He asked good questions and was of value. And going back to what was already stated, the motion would not have passed. It would have been lost 2-2 if he hadn't voted. So I think that it's a detriment to our volunteers that want to serve. And I'm not for limiting the alternate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Mayor Halsey, I'd like to speak on this item, please. So in regards to this, I think what we're seeing is already some ramifications from the proposed ordinance going into effect, where I believe there was a lady, Joette King, that had previously run for city council and didn't make it, and then have applied for a P&Z position. And then it appears once she found out she was going to be an alternate, pulled her application from participating on the P&Z. I think approval of this ordinance is going to continue to limit the public participation on our boards and commissions as people start understanding that the alternates really are not going to play any sort of part in these meetings as long as there's a quorum present for those boards.
Any other discussion?
Mayor Halsey,
Yes.
I just want to point out that this will actually show the importance of all members showing up. And I think we've already discussed this, in length. I'm in favor of it. If it continues to be a problem, then we can address it later, but I'm in favor of passing this.
Any other discussion? Mayor Halsey, I would also say that I'm probably also in favor of this. It's basically, it worked as it was supposed to do, even at the last meeting. If it would have come 2-2, yes, would have been probably worse, would come back to us 2-2. There could be things discussed in the future. I think that the biggest key is filling these positions as they are. We made already some type of by allowing alternates still to be in instead of just having board members and looking at the bylaws. But I think we've already leaned somewhat that way. We need to continue that way, but make board members responsible and be the ones that are going to be making the vote. They're going to know if there's only 4 there voting, that if it comes 2-2, it's denied too. I still think we need to go back to the local government code and go the way that the local government code said it should.
I've had a question for you, Councilman Ricketts. So you're saying that it worked the way it was supposed to at the P&Z meeting last week? Because if we pass the ordinance, that person wouldn't have been able to participate as an alternate, and it would have.
That's exactly what I said. If the ordinance had not passed the last time, it would have come to here 2-2, or it wouldn't have come here at all. And they would have known that it was there's only 4 people there, and that it would be a tie, and a 2-2 vote is a denial according to Robert's rule. What I'm saying is, the rules at the time allowed it to move forward the way it did.
Just a point of clarity, if there had been a 2-2 vote on it, it would still been forwarded to the council as a 2-2 vote. Any other further discussion on this? All right then, no further discussion, then I'll call for the vote. This is on item 6C. All in favor? There's 3-4, all opposed.
Aye.
There are 2 opposed. Motion passes. Item 6D. Approval of resolution finding Encore Electric Delivery Company LLC application to charge rates within the city should be denied. All right, whose item is this?
Mayor Holsey, I move to deny the finding on the Encore Electric Delivery Company's LLC application to change the rates.
Motion is made to deny the Encore Electric Delivery Company's application to change rates within the city. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There is a second. All right. Discussion. No discussion? And I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Unopposed? It's unanimous. Motion passes. So let me ask you, council, I mean, there's a couple of them on here. I understand why, but the consensus, shall we not leave these, have consent agendas?
I believe they should remain as consent agendas.
Okay,
And then
Alright.
if there's an issue, then we can do what we did tonight.
very good. Good. Thank you, council. Let's go to item 7. Public hearing ordinances, resolutions, and action items. 7A. Consider, discuss, and act on an ordinance repealing the 2016 City of Haslet Comprehensive Plan, together with all exhibits and appendices thereto. One is a presentation. I'll turn this over to Mr. Morris Schwenke.
I'm going to wait for my screen to come. There we go. Thank you. Yeah, this is, we're going to start off by just reviewing the existing 2016 comprehensive plan. And this is, maybe.
Hold, let me interrupt. Can y'all hear okay back there? Okay, I'm checking. Thank you. You cannot hear. Can you turn up the volume, Stephen?
Can you hear me now? All right. This is going to start off as a review of the 2016 comprehensive plan and some of the reasons why it's felt that it needs to be repealed. But in doing this, it wasn't a one-person job. It was a multiple of people that actually worked on it in the staff here, starting with George Belcheff and Mike Anderson, our city engineers, David Rogers, our public works director, James Tucker, our water and sewer supervisor, Barbara Thompson, the library director, Kurt Mays, the fire chief, Stephen Harvey, the fire marshal, Mike Thedford, and the building official director, and also the mayor. And they all played an important part over the course of preparing this, or coming up with this document to repeal, and some of the items that we're going to show. But they were all critical in this approximately 4-month process. And it should be noted that I want to note some things that are in the comprehensive plan currently. One of the things on page 2 at the bottom, it says it should be updated regularly. And that's what we're doing. And most of the time, comprehensive plans in a fast-growing city and when there's lots of changes should be updated at least every 5 years, and sometimes even faster than that. And some of the things that were pointed out in the study is the city should become have a vibrant center. And that center in the plan was going to be the Old Town area. Well, that hasn't transpired. And also, it was building up the employment on the north side, which we agree with, while protecting the lifestyle of the neighborhoods to the south, the rural type neighborhoods. And for a lot of cases, that has not happened. There's been a lot of more urbanized type dwellings and subdivisions that are not really the rural style that was actually anticipated. You know, the topography in the southern part of the planning area, it lends itself to sweeping vistas according to the plan. But if you drive down Blue Mound Road, which they're referring to, there are pad sites that are there, and that's certain to become a non-existent vista. That ridge is going to be taken over by sweetgrass and other subdivisions in the area. And you know, as you drive Blue Mountain Road, I just would like for you to look over to the north, and you can see what I'm talking about. That you're looking at mounds of dirt right along the road, and then when you put a, you know, 20 to 35-foot structure on top of that, the view is gone. Blue Mound Hill is something we really agree with. That's has a lot of historical importance in the city, and we want to maintain that, and we're planning on doing that as we move forward. You know, Haslet, according to the plan, has been known for its residential quality, and that's something a lot of people are really moving to the city for, and we want to continue that. And a lot of that is the rural type nature that we have in many of the subdivisions. And that's the reason why they're drawn to the city for large lot, single family options. And that's some options that are really not available in a lot of other communities. Other things pointed out in the 2016 are the problems with a lot of the intersections that we have in the roads, and we definitely agree with that. There are problems. We have problems right out here at 156 and Westport Parkway / Schoolhouse Road. That's an intersection that is really problematic with two major intersections, one with cut-through traffic and the other one with through traffic, and we think that needs to be addressed. The plan 2016 really didn't address it, but we would like to have it addressed. Another one is Cactus Drive. The mayor has been instrumental in working with TxDOT in getting a turn lane for that particular area. And then also Blue Mound Road, construction plans we're looking at those right now. We've looked at some preliminary plans for that. And there's also problems down at 156 and Vaughn's Ranch Road. And these are just some of the things that were identified, and we agree with them. Those things need to be worked with, but really in the plan, there was no solutions made. One of the things that the plan also had was a discussion about gross density versus net density. And it just so happens that this comparison that was in the plan is the sweetgrass. And as you can see on the left, the plan, you know, if you use the half-acre style, was 246 lots. But if you go with the net density, you can still get 246 lots, but they need to be condensed and a lot of open space provided. But that's not what got approved. The plan that's in place now, I think, was very misinterpreted, and a lot of things happened to the point where 588 lots were approved on that piece of property instead of 246. So really the plan was not followed in that particular instance. And so you have a lot more housing units than, you know, if you use the example that they provided. Some things that we definitely agree with is Blue Mound Park. I think it needs to be a park. That's the one and only in North Tarrant County. You can't repeat those kind of topographical features where you have a peak like that. And it really doesn't lend itself good for single-family residential development because of the slopes that you have there. And we agree that, you know, the greenways, floodplains, abandoned railroad corridors, having multiple use trails with horseback riding and pedestrians in the same place, on-street bike and pedestrian facilities, that's all good stuff, and we think those things need to be encouraged. This is just an example how that can work hand in hand. We feel that Haslet has a lot of opportunities for green belts to construct trails, integrate outdoor fitness with exercise areas, community gardens, and those are all things that as we look forward to the future, those are things that we want to have in Haslet, and we want to include them. There are other things that were mentioned, you know, throughout, you know, to keep seniors active in the community and just to promote a connected and healthy community. And there are just some examples of what you can do. There are exercise stations, there's community gardens that you could have. All those things just add to the quality of life in the city. And those are things that we want to strive for. There's a lot of things that have been done. There's been an increase in coordination with local, regional, and state planning agencies. The mayor has actually worked with a lot of those, and he's brought in $22 million into the community for funding for a lot of facilities, mainly roadways, and that's all good. But those are some of the efforts that they're going on, and they're happening. I know over the last 4 or 5 months, there's been a lot of coordination between the departments here. You know, we have, you know, staff meetings every Monday, and then we have development review committees every other week practically, and we really are working well together. And so we really bounce a lot of ideas off of each other. One of the other things that is mentioned that needs to be done is a fiscal impact analysis to determine the long-term fiscal implications of the future land use plan. And that's something that that really needs to happen, but it can't really happen until we have a new master land use plan in place, because there's a lot of land use assumptions that have been made in the past, which just really will never come to fruition. So a comprehensive plan, it should be reviewed and updated regularly. We need to move the good points of the 2016 plan forward. The plan is not reflective of existing zoning, and that's really critical, and I'll point that out on a map real soon. The current Old Town Plan has not come to fruition, and I don't think it ever will, based upon what's going on now and the input we've had from a lot of property owners in the area. The 2016 plan does not include a water master plan. It doesn't include a sewer master plan. Some of the downfalls that we have in our plan is, if you can look at the right-hand side, there's a lot of property in the city that's zoned for industrial uses currently, and the plan showed residential uses. Well, that really impacts us in several ways. We really can't do an adequate job of planning for the future water needs, sewer needs, when you have the wrong land uses in place. There are some parks that have been shown on the existing plan. Their land's maintained by HOAs, and there's some areas, like on the very bottom one in Sweetgrass, where they're showing a park. Well, that is pad sites at this point, and so there's not going to be a park there. The Old Town has been dormant. You know, it's not going to be a mixed use development like shown. Most of that mixed use was based upon a transit station being put along the railroad track on a BNSF freight line, and we feel like that's not going to really happen. All these are conflicts in the current Thoroughfare plan. The Hasslet Parkway is in the wrong location, and it does not even go over to Avondale Hasslet Road. It has Westport Parkway going over there, and it also has Transport Drive curving off to the north, and instead it's going to actually curve to the south and tie into Hasslet Parkway. There are some areas that I want to mention on the very northeast part of town where you have Harmon Road dead ending, a thoroughfare dead ending on a curve going downhill in a very dangerous location. We feel that it needs to be over and connect with Heritage Parkway and become a backer road for along 35. Also, if you look at on the west side of town, you have John Day Raceway, where it's a long straight stretch. We think that that needs to be adjusted in a significant manner. But anyway, there's a lot of problems that are identified in the current plan, which they just don't match up with reality at this point. And so that's another problem with that plan. This is the downtown area that we alluded to earlier. And if you look on the northwest corner, there's a proposed transit station. And then all the uses around it are supposed to be transit oriented. And you know, if you have a transit station, more than likely you're going to have 50 acres of parking lot over in that area. And we find that, we don't really think that's going to happen. Also, on the very bottom corner of it, you have a property that's shown as commercial. Well, that just happens to be where we're at right here. It's City Hall and the library. And we feel like that's not going to happen as commercial property, and that it really shouldn't be shown as commercial property. It's sort of misleading. At that point, I'll answer any questions that you might have about our 2016 current plan.
That was just my question to clarify. So everything that was presented is currently in our 2016 comprehensive plan.
That's correct. All these
Okay.
exhibits are from it.
Thank you.
Council, anybody else have any questions for Mr. Twinkie? If not, then we'll go on to the public hearing. All right. With no further questions, I open the public hearing on this item at 7:43 p.m. Is there anybody like to please come up and speak?
Mayor, I have some people that have already signed up. You want to go through them first?
Sure. Yes, please.
Okay. Joette King.
Sorry. I got it. I'll lower the mic too. Joette Keene, 1410 Poppy Drive. I actually had the opportunity to speak to this as well at P&Z, so this is kind of a repeat of what I said there somewhat. So thank you for this opportunity to speak to council. I feel that the process here really is to repeal this plan before we can put a valid plan in place. I know there may be arguments that there was a lot of work put into this and that it should be retained and modified. But is that really a valuable use of Haslet's time and money? Because, and what purpose would that serve? I reviewed the plan that was prepared by a consulting firm. I'm sure at great expense. I think our finance director probably could give us an idea at some point how much that actually cost the city to do this. But when I looked at this plan several times now, and I actually kind of counted, the first 25 pages of this I call fluff. It's kind of telling us what we already know about the city to some degree. The next 25 pages identify ideas and strategy of what could be done. However, some of those, as we saw, are often contrary and include what citizens actually are opposed to. They were not, we heard when some of the developments were going in that people were very concerned about the high density housing that this plan actually included. We heard people talk about transparency, and transparency is good. That's what public hearings allow. But it's also important with that transparency to listen to your citizens. And we know that that didn't happen, and this plan actually allowed for those high density developments, and as we saw, Sweetgrass actually exceeded that in many ways. It also has multi-family units, which I don't think anyone today believes we need those in Hasslet. There are so many of those around us in the surrounding areas that they would serve really no great purpose to be here in Hasslet. It's also out of sync, as we heard, with the actual zoning in some areas, and will only be confusing if used as a reference at this point, while time goes past if it were to be reviewed and revised. So why maintain a document, keep a document for some extended period of time that would cause confusion? So many things have evolved in Hasslet over the last 6 years since that plan was developed, including that explosion of housing, even more overcrowded roads, and a changing population demographic. That plan talked about a lot of people my age living in Hasslet. But as we see new developments coming in, we see more children, more young families, and the demographics are incorrect more than likely in that plan. And this changes, I believe, would be so extensive that it would take a lot of time to do a rewrite. So why retain it, repeal it, and replace it? Finally, I think as I looked at that, those last pages, and I said this at the zoning meeting, listed the expected timeframes when those strategies would be implemented. 1 to 2 years for many of them. Others were 3 to 5. Some of them were ongoing. But those have been far exceeded, and not many of them being implemented. So how did this plan even play a role in the decisions that were made? And how valuable really was it for Haslet? And more importantly, as I said, if it's retained and revised, again, at probably another significant expense, because, you know, to take that document would require a consulting firm again. Would it really serve any more purpose than it did previously? Does Haslet have the money to waste on such an effort when there's no Texas law that requires a document like this to be created? And per the next agenda item, a revised plan is here for our consideration. So I encourage council to repeal this comprehensive plan from 2016. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have another speaker?
Yes, sir. Joel Bullard.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Again, Ms. King, very well spoken. Thank you. I ask that you consider, act, and approve on planning and zoning's recommendation to repeal agenda item 7A. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there another speaker?
That is all that I have signed up for this item.
Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak?
I just want to ask that,
Would you please identify yourself?
oh, well, sure. I'm that Hilburn woman, 2207 Virginia Lane.
And your name, please?
Hilborn, Patricia.
Very good. Thank you.
So a couple of things as we go forward. We are going to be spending money on this project because we're hiring an outside consultant to write it for us already, Mr. Schwenke. So there is going to be ongoing expense. And regarding a multifamily requirement, we have to show multifamily somewhere on our map. We know that's true. It may never come to pass, but it could. But what I'd really like to ask you is, this is going to be an ongoing project. The master land use plan is the beginning. Why can't we include some citizens? Why can't we be inclusive about this project and get input from citizens? Yes, the demographics have changed, and I welcome those new opinions. In fact, I think we should try to involve people from Caraway and the Vines and Laterra and North Glen. A lot of these folks probably didn't live here then, and get some new, fresh opinions about what they would like to see for their vision of Hasslet. I think that if it's already taken 4 months to get to the point where we want to repeal it, then should we not invest another 4 months in coming up with a new plan? So I know that's not your decision tonight. Your decision is to repeal. But sitting in front of me and beside me are the people who are going to be most responsible for bringing back a new plan to the council. So why don't we figure out a way to involve some of the citizens of Hasslet in this plan? And if in fact some of the citizens of Hasslet have already participated, why does the public not know it? So as far as I know, no citizens have been involved in this, and I believe they should. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Is there anybody online who would like to speak?
My name is Sandra Smith, and I live at 300 Gamble Street here in Old Town. And I support the repeal of the 2016 Comprehensive Plan. Nothing that was in that plan has happened in Old Town. In fact, a lot of negative things have happened in Old Town due to that plan. Some folks that, came forward and bought properties anticipating the railway was going to be there, and that did not happen. So what we have is a lot of vacant, overgrown, unkept properties here in Old Town. So please repeal this plan.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers? Again, I'll check, is there any online? None online? In the chambers, is there anyone here who would like to speak? Okay, given that there's none online and none in the chambers, I will close the public hearing. All right, council. Discussion, consideration, and action. It's yours.
Mayor Halsey,
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to repeal the 2016 City of Hasslet Comprehensive Plan, together with all exhibits and appendices thereto.
Motion is made to repeal the 2016 City of Hasslet Comprehensive Plan together with all exhibits and appendices thereto. Is there a second?
Mayor Halsey, I second.
There is a second. Discussion.
Mayor Halsey, I've got a lot of questions and discussion. I guess, Mr. Swanky, my first question, so there's not a current plan to replace this one if we repeal, is that correct?
Well, our next item on the agenda is something where
Future land use plan. So, okay, so that's my second part then. Will there be a new comprehensive plan? If this is repealed, will there be another one that is written or discussed?
The comprehensive plan is a combination of a lot of documents. The key document to that is the master land use plan. And all the other documents help formulate implementation of it, how to support it, how to carry it forward.
So once if the next item is approved, what's the next step for a comprehensive plan at that point?
Well, actually, there'll be several things that are in the works. It'll be a new master plan for the water lines, and sewer lines. Those are two ingredients that'll go right into it. So those things are getting ready to start as soon as, but they need the land use assumptions before they can do it.
And what about, like, a lot of what you presented was really good stuff. It wasn't just about Old Town, it was comprehensive of the entire city. So I guess I think of my concern is if it's repealed and not, as you stated, updated or revised, when will it be replaced? When will a new document come into play, and in the process of how we do get citizen input to be a part of that? You did a great job, staff did an incredible job, but when will the citizens of Hasslet actually get input? Because I think back to what I know, and that's, as an English teacher, we have curriculum, we write it every year, whether we need to or not. Marilyn knows this, but we never just throw out the old curriculum. We take what was good and then we just add to it, or maybe move some things around into different areas, but it's never we just repeal it and completely get rid of it. So I guess I'm just struggling with the idea of getting rid of a document that has a lot of good qualities and a lot of things that need to be updated for sure, and not having anything to replace it with.
Let me answer this. Is first off, a comprehensive plan, 2016 was the first time a comprehensive plan was ever introduced to Hasslet, Texas. There is not a requirement for comprehensive plans. And so this plan, after 6 years, it became realization that there's just nothing happening. Well, I mean, it was developed, it was accepted. Even it was not honored by those who developed the plan. Subdivisions were approved that was contrary to this, I'll say, insinuations of this plan that certain vistas and things should be protected. That it just wasn't honored. Other parts of town, none of it came to fruition. In fact, zero has happened, other than I'll say, exodus of Old Town. It used to be full of families, but after this plan, the plan says you cannot build another home in Old Town. You can build a business, but not a home. And so what we've seen, no businesses have been built. And I think there was one home in the last 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, one home in the last 5 years, and that was a fight to get that one done. Nonetheless, what is coming, let me finish this description.
Okay, yeah. No, I
the
have another
most
question.
crucial document in a comprehensive plan, which is a compilation, is a compilation of documents, is the master land use plan. What drove this 2016 comprehensive plan was what was called a future land use plan. And that's where they took industrial area that has, right now warehouses in it, and put in mixed use, office space, high density or multifamily, things of that nature that was contrary to any of it. So to answer your question, when will a new comprehensive plan come? In the budget that the council just approved, there's line items in there for doing a new water master plan. You have to have that master land use plan to do the water plan. Also, a master sewer plan. You have to have that master land use plan to create that plan. Also, our capital improvements plan. We have to have that master land use plan for the engineers to calculate the effects on for the capital improvement, or the plan that goes to the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee that then ends up with the council. The master land use plan is the central document. It is the foundational document that everything else is derived from, all these other supported plans. So it's like building say one of these warehouses out here. I need a comprehensive set of plans. I need the site plan, the grading plan. I need a foundation plan. I need the structural plan. I need the architectural plan. I need the mechanical plan, electrical plan, plumbing plan, interior finish out. All of those documents added together is the comprehensive set of plans to build that building. All these documents added together is the comprehensive plan to build the city of Hasslet.
So I guess my question is, will there be a comprehensive plan, another one written?
Yes, ma'am. In fact, what it will be is a compilation of a set of plans.
And it'll still be called the comprehensive plan?
Yes,
for
ma'am.
City of Hasslet? Okay.
Yes.
I had another question. I'm trying to remember what it
But
was.
we would adopt that once these master land or water, sewer, and even our thoroughfare plan, master thoroughfare plan has to be corrected. It's in error. And once all of those are done, which each one of those items have a line item budget this coming year, and it will take them 6-8 months at least to do these plans. The intent is when they're done, we add them all together and we bring it to the council. Here's your new comprehensive
So
plan.
who will have input? What citizens will have input on that? It's been 4 months. Mr. Schwenke said this has been worked on without citizens, any board, any council. So who will have input on the new comprehensive plan? Because I think that
The key to the comprehensive plan is this master land use plan.
My biggest concern is the process, is the fact that there were no stakeholders involved.
I'll say this is that the stakeholders, all the community was involved, as I understand, for 9 months, and several $100,000 spent on a consultant that developed the initial comprehensive plan.
That was my other question. What is the estimated cost of the new plan? Is there an estimated cost of what it's going to be?
Well, there's no cost for the master plan. We're finished.
Okay.
The water sewer plan has to be updated. The water plan has to be updated. The master plan or thoroughfare plan has to be updated. And so there's engineering cost, but
we don't know the estimated cost or anything yet.
But repealing this, and adopting this master land use plan, which will be coming on the next item, is not driving the cost to update these plans, the water, sewer, and thoroughfare plans.
Right. I guess I'm not being very clear. How much will the estimated cost of the new comprehensive plan be?
I'll say just probably almost nothing, literally.
Nothing.
The work is the course of the sewer, water, and thoroughfare plan is line item in the budget already that you've seen in the future. It's already accounted for. So
that cost, but nothing additional for what's already budgeted.
Pardon?
So the cost that's in the budget, but nothing additional to that, you're saying?
Nothing additional to that.
To what's in the already budget that we're
Correct.
just gonna spend? You know, I don't know if that, I was trying to think what that was. I can go back and look.
You know, we have a retainer for Mr. Schwanke, you know, just as our planning director, and the effort from here forward is minimal. It's just really minimal. It's a matter of when engineering can get these and public works can get these new plans together for us, and for council to adopt those, and then literally it is just packaging them together. It's more an administrative procedure on our part,
Okay.
and bringing it to the council. Here is your comprehensive plan.
So I'll just say, well, I have one other question for you, but it's unrelated. So I guess my biggest issue is that there hasn't been any input from the citizens, from the council, from any board. It's been staff driven, which, like I said, they did a great job. But that's just my concern, is that
Well, the input, this is our third public hearing.
correct?
Here's the opportunity
There's
to
been-
have that input. No one has found any fault with this plan that we have put forward to them.
Mayor Halsey? Just another,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
I just want another question real quick, and maybe it's a question to Mr. Schwanke. The way I understood this, what you presented here just a minute ago, was taking things from the comprehensive plan that I believe probably came from citizens, like the Blue Mount Hill, like the parks, like the, you know, those things, and you're bringing those forward.
Yeah, let me just go back in history a little bit. When I first started working with the city of Haslet, one of the things, being a planner, I looked at the comprehensive plan, I looked at the zoning plan, I looked at the thoroughfare plan, and none of it matched up. You know, it was like it was a jigsaw puzzle with half the pieces missing, and the pieces you had didn't fit together. And a lot of it started out of the benefit just for me. I started a map, you know, which you can pull up a map real easily, you know, and do it with shape files from the appraisal district. And then I just started putting on existing thoroughfares. I asked Mr. Rogers, can you give me the alignment for Haslet Parkway? So I just popped it on there. And I started doing that. I just started popping things on a map. As I worked with people, because, you know, a lot of my job is actually conversating with a lot of people coming in, asking questions, where can you do this, where you can do that. And there was a real need on my part, just so I could answer questions, to have a document to work with. And that's where some of this stuff really originated in the beginning, was just what we had was just not usable. And like I said, just to do my job, I needed something. And so I started a framework of building a plan.
Mayor Halsey?
Yes.
I just want to make a point that I think there was a lot of community input when this comprehensive plan was in place. And if you remember correctly, there was a lot of people speaking against these high-density lots. The one that sticks out to me is this Sweetgrass. There was 246 lots approved, 246 lots presented, 588 lots approved. And I remember when I was a citizen myself, before I got elected, I was one of the ones that spoke against this. And so did 10 or 15 other people, maybe one person for these lots or for these subdivisions. I think that was a big input by the city, and the comprehensive plan did not listen to the citizens at the time. So I'm for repealing this.
I want to make another comment as far as citizen input. You know, as being mayor, my primary job is for the citizens and to go out and talk with them. Primarily the residents. I do talk to the business community at various levels, I'll say local retailers, as well as industry itself. And my input on this was a compilation of all their input. It was. The citizen input is there. Now, because you don't have a 6-month process of people pouring through here, Now, then to have that input, that's not particularly true. Also, each of you, your constituents are those residents out there. If you have comment towards this plan and with regard to your constituents, then you should be voicing them here and now. But again, I think someone made, was public involved. Now, I did go to, as well as Mr. Schwanke, particular parties' interest, and they all had to sign non-disclosure agreements because, to get their input and their reactions on these kinds of plans. So we reached out, and because they non-disclosure agreements, because none of this had been revealed to the council yet, but we wanted third-party reaction to this. And 100% was all thumbs up excitedly. So there had been an effort, and also the culmination of this council body, this governing body, listening to our constituents, to our residents, is 100% reflected into this document. To say that never happened, it did, Councilman.
I can speak to the NDR because I had someone ask me about my property and then told me that they were meeting with the planner and the mayor concerning it, and they ended up not liking it, and they built somewhere else. But I didn't know anything about it until I got a random phone call from a realtor and a friend of mine who knew the people interested in the property. So I was kind of blindsided, but I realized you are talking to those people, but they don't live in Hasslet in that particular case. My second question was Blue Mound Hill. Where exactly are you talking about? Where the historical marker is, the cemetery, or is it a different location?
Well, when we get to the next item agenda, it'll show right up on the map, and I'll be able to show you right where it's at. But it's at the corner. It starts at the corner of Blue Mound Road and State Highway 156. It's that whole southwest corner from that point clear up to the top of the hill.
Okay, so it is like behind Cowboy Church. It goes all the way up to that area as well.
Let me answer this question. You know where Ashmore Farms is?
Yes,
that's a silly question. I understand.
Yes, I do.
But it's across the street. It's across Blue Mound Road, south of Ashmore Farms. It's that big hill with the little bitty white house or building
No,
on
I mean,
top.
I've been up there because behind Cowboy Church there's a historical marker. So that I wasn't sure if that's what you meant
But
by
that
Blue
is
Mound
Blue Mound
Park.
Hill.
Okay, so that's what I was wondering about what Blue Mound Park was.
Well, that's what Mr. Schwanke was referring to, and as the 2016 comprehensive plan referred to it as,
so
that it
making
should be
Blue
retained
Mound Hill as
because of its historical significance, and also all the native grasses and things that still exist.
So that's something that obviously the 2016 comprehensive plan had right. The density, as I myself voted against sweetgrass, did not have correct. But that's why I guess I feel it should be revised and updated as opposed to just completely thrown out. But so because there are a lot of good parts. So that's it. Those are all my questions.
Mayor, I'd like to make a comment on this. Being part of the group that worked on the comprehensive plan back in 2016, which it was very interesting, very, I thought, good process, and mainly to pull as many community members into input in it. There was several different functions and formats for people to make comments, in person, online, and those were gathered. Just as you say, you get out and you talk to people. And I think that's the part, even in the past few elections, the whole bit has been, what do the citizens want? That's what's driven the last few elections we've had. And I think that's the sort of effort that needs to be engaged when you put together a comprehensive plan to this. It should be to this magnitude, because we're talking about using a document to drive the development of this city. What's being developed here, and I look at the team members on here, in the business world, these are all your subject matter experts. Because you've got, David, Stephen, Mike, the whole work. Okay, these are staff positions that, their jobs are to work for the city. But what you need in addition to that are actually citizens. And you said, you've been out and you spoke to some people. I don't know if there's a number of non-disclosures that have been signed. I don't need to know names, but I'm just curious as to how many of those have actually been written. So, I think that's the part where I go back to, there was a lot of input into that. Mr. Swanky in his presentation said, there was 5 to 6, pages of things that had positives in the comprehensive plan. Is that not true, Mr. Swanky?
There's things scattered throughout the plan that
And I would agree there, I think it's unfortunate past councils didn't use that document for what it was intended to use. The big one we've referred to here is the Master Thoroughfare Plan. The people that have been here, the Davids, the Mike Stevens and folks, Haslet Parkway wasn't really a thought when that was put together. It was a matter of the east-west transportation was Westport and how to connect that to Avondale Hasslet. So that's why, obviously, that's way out of date now. So a true statement, that does need to be updated. And these are the type of documents, and everybody in here has mentioned it. Those need to be updated on a regular basis. But in my opinion, just wiping the slate totally clean is really not in the best interest, because we lose some, what I would refer to, valued public input that could help drive these type of documents. Your public's not going to, your general public is not going to know so much on the Master Thoroughfare Plan. They're not going to know the Master Water Plan or the Sewer Plan. I can go talk to the Ambrose up the street and ask, well, what size sewer lines do we need, running down 156? Okay, they don't have a clue. But I think general aesthetics, what do they want to see in the city? That's the sort of things that you pull from your citizens. And that's why I think it's, maybe it would take a lot of rewrite to get there. But my opinion is, wiping the slate clean, we lose some of that knowledge that was gained. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes. Any other discussion on the matter?
Mayor Halsey,
Yes.
I'm here because the people weren't seeing what they wanted to see. And because of the old comprehensive plan, they didn't like what was going on. And so I represent those people that support repealing and starting fresh with what is conducive to the growth of Haslet as we see today.
I just one last comment, if I can, Mayor Halsey. And again, I'm going back to where I was pulling the string a little bit with Mr. Schwanke here. We did bring stuff forward from the 2016 into this mandated land. I don't foresee how we could actually, the citizen input into a land use plan. That sort of is the government side is trying to do the land use side of it, saying these are the zoning things, these are the things that weren't making sense. These were the things that we had zoned one way, and the plan itself said differently. So really, the very first document is the master land use plan. And we did bring forward things from the 2016 plan that I think, I'm just going to assume, were citizen input, because they wanted the gardens, they wanted the trails, they wanted, a lot of the stuff that you brought up, I think was a lot of the stuff that they talked about. I may be wrong, but taking that piece of it from the 2016 and then actually developing the master land use plan, I don't see a whole lot of citizen input at that point, and you have to have that land use plan to do the water, the sewer, thoroughfare. And then my second question on that is, whatever we come up, whatever even citizen comes up with, decides they want to do, it's only going to be an idea at that point, because whoever buys that property for whatever that land is, they're going to have to work with the planner, they're going to have to work with the city to develop that property. It may not even, it may be just an idea of what you're wanting to do right now, but whoever the developer is or whoever picks that property and actually buys it, unless we actually own it as the city, they're the ones that are gonna be working with us trying to figure out what's going in there.
Those are very good points, you know, and that brings something that, and key points that you're making. What will be introduced and what is key to the comprehensive plan is that master land use plan. Key on the word, land use plan. Now, we're not going in and designating that Mr. Bullard's going to have a community garden in his backyard or a community garden's going anywhere. But we designate land use that could possibly, that's where it could happen. And land use that acknowledges our existing zoning, that we're not going to put apartment complex in an area that's industrially zoned, because that'll never happen. So we acknowledge our existing zoning. And then in those areas, and we're getting off into another item right now, but is that where we have the right in ETJ and agricultural areas to designate, here's the land use that would be most beneficial to the city of Hasslet and reflective of all the comments. Well, that's actually made in this 2016 document, but all that I hear currently from all around. So I think it's a very good idea to what that document, you know, when I search and I look, there is no plan in this comprehensive plan that exists today. I'm looking for the plan and I can't find it. So I'm going to close on that. And council, do you have any other comments, any other discussion? If there is none, I would entertain a vote, or a motion rather.
Mayor Halsey?
Yes. All right. There's motion and seconded. That's right. Ahead of me. Very good. Well, it's a long discussion, a good discussion. All right. Then I'll call for the vote. All in favor of repealing the 2016 City of Hasslet Comprehensive Plan? All in favor? There's 3, 4. All opposed?
Aye.
2 opposed. Motion passes. All right, 7B, consider, discuss, and act on ordinance adopting a master land use plan. Again, Mr. Schwanke.
Thank you. That sort of sums up what we've been talking about in the previous element. What is the comprehensive plan? What's contained in it? And at the very bottom of this, it says all plans build off the master land use plan. And there's some documents that are in there that we've got the zoning map, which is critical in developing the master land use plan. What's the zoning? Are we going to change a big industrial area to residential? Probably not. And then you have the master wastewater plan, the water plan, and then master thoroughfare plan. And you also have some other plans, the park plan, trail plans, and public facilities. Those all add into the master plan. And then we have some implementation tools. You have the zoning ordinance, the subdivision ordinance, and also a capital improvements plan. And that's what really moves the city forward when you start developing. And there is a copy on the left, a copy of the zoning map. And then on the right, there are some areas where the city has ultimate control of right now, because the green areas are zoned agricultural, and those areas can be molded into whatever you want. Some of them already have some existing uses on them. A school's been built on a large section of it on the west side of the tracks over by Laterra. And I'm going to try to get this over your head up in this area. That's all school up in here. And but this over here, this is all vacant land, agricultural land up in here. Nothing's on it. Now the areas that show up in purple, those are areas that are within the extraterritorial jurisdiction. They're not inside the city limits, and so there's no zoning And so as people want to come in, they want to tie into utilities, they'll have to annex into the city if they want to have a sewer service. And you can help mold what you want those areas to be like. And if they want to stay out, they build the county standards. And if they're residential, you know, they're going to have acre lots, half acre at the minimum, but acre lots. And so you do have some control, because that's not what some of the people that on the fringes may want to have. Also, a major frontier is over here along 35. And that's going to be critical too, as those areas come in. Just what do you want those areas to look at and look like? The next slide, there are two different drawings. One of them are areas that we want to look at and carry forward and do some major modifications. One on the very bottom, right here, that's the Blue Mound Park, right in this area. And then this is between 156 and Schoolhouse Road. There's a area we're showing as commercial. There's several different zonings in that. There's some residential zoning in there. There's some office. There's some institutional zoning. And we'll get into some other drawings where we just have a sort of a concept for that. And then we have this Old Town area, which we want to completely rework up there as far as densities. Now the drawing on the right, we think are some solutions to some of the problems that were not addressed in the 2016. Right now, you know, in the afternoon and in the morning, you can't hardly cross the street or go to the feed store because the traffic from Sendera Ranch is so heavy that it backs up clear to 2nd Street sometimes, and on Westport Parkway going west. But it's a mess, and those are not Haslet citizens. So we have some ideas how we can help that. Up here on the north, this is a future extension of Keller-Haslet Road. And right here, there's the intersection currently where it turns to the south. And we want to make that so as you're going east, you cannot turn to the right and go south on Main Street, because all that traffic needs to be forced out to 156. Additionally, if you're coming west through the town of Haslet, downtown area, the old core area, you cannot turn left on that road. It'll be just a right turn. So you'll just go in a circular motion. If you want to do that all day, you can do that, but you won't be able to go left from this intersection, and you can't go right. And if you do that, if it's designed appropriately, and our engineers are well aware of that, and they're working on the design right now for that piece of road, and they're going to pay particular attention to that design, and that's the way it's going to be designed, is to eliminate that traffic. When you do that, that solves a lot of problems in the downtown area as far as traffic, all this through traffic, where you can't hardly do anything downtown at the certain times of the day. A big change that we're going to do is right here on Schoolhouse Road, the way it intersects with 156. Currently, it goes all the way up to Westport. All that is a giant cut through for traffic. We even have trucks. I've seen Amazon trucks take a left there on Schoolhouse Road and then end up saying that's not for trucks. And what do? They turn them around right there in Mr. Lee's property, and it just causes a traffic problem. But all that traffic needs to come back and go through one intersection instead of two in close proximities. Over on the east side of town, where Harmon Road ties in, that needs to be over here and have Heritage Parkway be a continuous road down here. Harmon Road might change the name to Harmon Road, but from Heritage Parkway south, like that. And that does several things. First off, if you want this area to develop as commercial along 35, you need to have circular motions like this. That's what retailers want to see. They want that motion so they can make a circle around their property. And that's just basic Interstate Freeway 101 backer road information. Then finally, on the very west side, we want to put a jog in what is currently John Day Road, and make that so that it's not just a straight raceway through there, but when that property develops, that they follow this plan. I know there's an asphalt road out there. It's not built to standards, so it can be changed. when you throw all these 4 maps together, like the zoning map, these areas we want to address specifically, you got these areas we have ultimate control, and then you have these thoroughfares, and then you take into fact the zoning over here, and you put them all together, and you come up basically with a master land use plan. And that's what we have here, where we address all those items, and we take, like I say, the good parts out of the 2016, and we implement them here. And when you look real closely, there's a trail system, throughout this plan. Previously, the trail plan in the 2016 was not honored, and this one here they're put in places where we can actually build the trails where there's not houses. And so we've done that. We've addressed the thoroughfare plans. We've got the Blue Mound Hill and some other things. But when you put them all together, you end up with a comprehensive plan not a comprehensive plan, but a master land use plan. Now, in the areas that are between 156 and State Highway 156 and Schoolhouse Road, we've developed a couple concepts for this area through here. There's two different concepts. One is building inwardly, which you'd have to do now with the current configuration of 156 because of the overpass situation. On the south end, you have major widths of right-of-ways, and you have no access. So everything would be focused interior. On the next plan, it's actually developed outwardly. That's taken the assumption that State Highway 156 is in place, and it's at grade. That's been the plan. Conceptual plan is to lower that, take out the hill. Also within this, we were showing a series of lakes on both plans that you could do to really enhance that area. Those areas are all in the floodway. You can't build there anyway. And that dirt that you pull out of those little ponds can be used to build the areas around where we're showing some buildings to raise them out of the floodplain. And that's what this does. We're showing restaurant pads. We're showing a revised trail system, the tap trail from where it is right now. And we're also on this particular plan, this little strip right here is the old railroad track, which if you go back to the 16 plan, it says reuse those trails or land that's been abandoned from the rails and turn them into potentially trails. Well, you can do that on this particular plan.
I would like to make a comment here with these concepts that you see, both the previous one and this one that you're looking at now. It does not affect any of those businesses nor homes that are existing on Schoolhouse Road. It does not.
These these buildings right here are existing buildings on the very southeast corner. And we're showing some development over here where those houses are. If those houses, if they want to change later on, there's no pressure on them, but there's an opportunity there if they decide they don't want to live on Schoolhouse Road. But another key thing about these plans is if you look at Schoolhouse Road, you can see where we're tying it in right before you get to the bridge where the park is on the other side. That brings me to this slide.
Council, any questions from Mr. Schwenke? This is on the master land use plan.
I just had one. If you go back to, okay, that's perfect, that map right there. So all of this that's zoned isn't all owned by the city of Hasslet, correct?
Owned by the city?
Right. We don't own all this land that's all?
No.
Okay.
The city owns very little.
Mayor, I've got a question on the concept plans. Is there a reason we did one at grade and with the bridge?
Yes, there is. The reason why we did that, the way TxDOT moves, it may be 30 years before they do that road. Well, you don't want to make property wait that long if somebody wants to come in with some kind of concept. So all we're doing is providing ideas. We're casting a vision out there. And You know, at this point, you know, the city's not planning on building any of that. It's really to help developers out there that say, you know, what can we do? What would the city like to see? Well, they're just concepts. You know, it's nothing to be approved. It's just to say, well, there's an area in there. It's got floodway in there. It's got floodplain. It's got an old abandoned railroad track, and you got this elevated section. And so we just want to, you know, show ideas.
Okay, thank you.
So you don't have to make a decision. It's going to be outwardly or inwardly. You're saying there's two options that it could.
Yeah. That is correct, because
Okay.
we don't know what the future holds in that area. You know, TxDOT might throw up their hands and say, we're never going to build that road. Well, if that's the case, well, then it would be more inwardly developed.
So I'd like to make a comment. So council, okay, looking at this, and Mr. Swanky, point with your pointer at the red section and the floodplain there between Schoolhouse Road and FM 156. So what this plan does, currently that area is zoned R2. What this plan does it proposes to, we'd like to see this area be commercial and relocate what was intended to be a commercial retail area tucked up under the south side of Burlington Northern Santa Fe hub, which had poor circulation and thoroughfare through it. Bring it down here into the center of town where it's easily gotten to and convenient for citizens to access. Now, what Mr. Schwanke here, this is just a rendition of here's what it could look like. We're not, you know, a developer would have to buy this property and they're going to come in with their own plan. This just gives them a look, oh, man, that looks neat, but I might want to do this, turn the buildings another way, you know, but this is just a concept to pass on to give an idea to a developer. You're not approving anything. Going back to the bigger plan, please. This is what you're adopting, is this plan right here. Therein lies, I said, you know, we're not designating where the park benches go. This is just purely about the use of land in our city. Along I-35, it's all ag. ETJ, combination of the two. And if we wanted more warehouses, we could have had them filled up last year. But I heard a resounding no throughout the community. We don't want any more warehouses. And this being our front door right here, we certainly don't want them there. And understandably why. And Mr. Schwanke, I guess, going back 6-8 months ago, we did concept plans of what this area could look like, and we passed also to developers to help guide their thinking to say, here's what we'd like to see is retail, offices, things of that nature. So that is purely what you're looking at, and what you're approving tonight is land use. More than 90%, 95%, we're not changing anything. We have to acknowledge the existing zoning. And that's what this plan does. But for those select areas that Mr. Schwanke showed you several slides before, the culmination of those 4 plans making this one plan, you want to go back to that. Over here on the left, or excuse me, on the right, the top right, is that one plan. Right here, we're proposing that to be a park. Right now, it's zoned R2. This is a professional offices like dentistry, things of that nature. That's what we're proposing that land to be used for. Right here, you know, you want all the, you know, like those important things of what the community was, community garden, other things along those or that nature. We're proposing that to be community facilities. That's where those things can be achieved. we're proposing this be commercial instead of R2 and have a central commercial area to bring those amenities to the citizens of Hasslet for their convenience and an easy thoroughfare to get in and out of. Up here, let's bring life back into Old Town. That's family. Let's bring families back. That's all this plan. We've made minor changes, but we had in mind, there were a few, and I'm gonna say a handful of good ideas out of that 2016 plan. And if I've read it once, I've read it 10 times literally. You ought to see my copy of it. We know it very well. Mr. Swanky does as well as other staff. We've honored what those citizens put in, and we included it here. But also, as mentioned before, yes, it was experts that generated this. We had all the input. It was time to make a plan to implement, and that's what we did. And that's what we present to you tonight and ask you to approve.
Mayor, I had a question. On some of the colors, they're a little bit hard for me to tell. So the low-density single is 1 unit per 2 acres, and then the next one is 1 unit per 1 acre, and then the medium density is 2 units per acre. But what is the high-density single-family 2 to 8 units per acre and the 4 units per acre? But specifically the high density, where is that on the map? Thank you. Okay, so it's already existing. Okay, nothing new that we would do that would be less than the half acre, just what we already have currently.
Excuse
That's
me,
quarter acre.
Councilmember Morrow, you asking, with regard to these zoning definitions, are these new or are they in our existing
Yes,
zone?
correct.
They
Yeah,
are in
both,
our
yeah.
existing zone.
I was saying which ones are actually in the ground and are already established and which ones are
Would you
proposed.
go ahead and answer that? Which ones are existing designations now?
Okay, the very top one, you have that area right down in,
I'm only asking about the high density, but feel free to go over all of them if you'd like.
okay, can you hear me now? Can't hear me? I'll stand up like this, can you hear it now? All right. There are several areas that are low. This is the lowest right here. And then we have some yellow area right in here. This is the next one, grade up. They're a little bit larger lots, but they're not like the 5 acre ones that we have down here. And then we step up to the yellow here, and most of those are 20,000 square foot lots. So they'd be 2 units per acre. And then you have the caraways, the sweetgrass, the this one right here, I forget the name of it, watercress, and that would be also lumped in with Latera here. Those are between the 2 and 8, because they're way past the 20,000 square foot.
Let me ask a question. So when you refer to 2 to 8, that's already an existing zoning class?
Yes, those are.
Okay, that's the important. I think that's what Councilmember Morrow is really asking. Of those in that legend,
Yeah.
Did you create anything new?
I did. And before I go there, though, most of those ones that I say are existing categories, those are planned developments. Even though it's not a specific category, it's a planned development, and that set the densities rather than a particular thing, because you really only have 2 zoning classifications in your zoning ordinance. That's 20,000 square foot lots and acre lot. Okay. Now there are a couple more districts. We created one right up in here. That's 10,000 square foot lots, and that would be in the Old Town expansion area. That's because, right now we're saying those are 10,000 square foot lots. But you do the math and you're gonna have right around 4 when you start taking out streets, floodplain, trails, etc. And so those are basically the residential categories.
Sorry. So even though, so I could approve this, but not be in favor of less than half acre lots west of Old Town. Even though, I mean, we're still approving this, because that can be changed, correct? Or once this is approved, that's what it has to be. I guess that's what I'm unclear about.
Well, this is there's a note on this plan, and it's up in the middle that it's not a zoning map. And zoning is the law. This is the overall guiding principles and policies that you would like to see. Sort of a roadmap to the future, but the zoning ordinance is the actual way you get there. It's one of the implementation tools.
So, Councilmember Morrow, you're saying what you're, with regard to west of Old Town?
I was just saying my hesitancy is approving something that allows less than half acre lots.
Less than half acre
right,
lots?
Even though that's what every single person up here and every citizen I've ever talked to has said that they don't want. So that's, but if it's just one piece that I'm not in agreement with, can that be changed, or is that something that
Everything
be taken out?
that the city has is subject to change by this body right here. Everything. And so let me address that one area that you're speaking. So, you know what? You can't, I'm sorry, I can't drag the mic up there. I'll try to talk loud. Can you hear me? Can you come up closer? Sit on the front row? Can you come up and sit on the front row if you can't hear me? Is anybody online? Okay. Would you, Councilmember Ricketts, would you help me out right here? We'll make this thing work. We need a new sound system here. I'm gonna bring it to you. Wireless mic. Okay. Won't you fast forward up a few slides? I know that it's coming. And just blow up the Old Town area. Okay, here we are. This is that Old Town area. What you see right here is existing Old Town. We have church, city hall. These are existing businesses. And we're only considering from this point to the northwest. Community park existing. These lot sizes are, some of them are less than 6,000 square feet. Many of them are. And it is what it is. And so we're not changing that. But there's a whole theme of this Old Town area that, again, the 2016 plan said we should preserve that style, that niche. This just expands it, but it expands it to larger lots and creating that small walkable part of Old Town. Now, it's south of these tracks. This land is it is open. It's open. This can easily happen. Of course, developers will have to get it. Now, these are not large lots or large parcels. 35 to 40 acres, both of them. One on each side. Maybe 35 here, maybe 40 over there. No bigger than that. So we kind of looked at that and even talked about it. But to accentuate this Old Town characteristic and let it carry forward through here. We didn't want lots quite that small. We did carry that out, but what you'll see in another item is a minimum lot size of 10,000 square feet. That's a nominal quarter-acre lot. A nominal quarter-acre lot. And in keeping with that characteristic, in this theme right here, this is the prevailing theme for the whole area. That is what that is. And yes, it can be changed on the next agenda item. October 17th, if we so desire.
So I was
Thank
just going
you.
to point out, as Mr. Schwenke was saying, that for any of the changes to to existing land uses will ultimately require still a zoning change approval. So, for example, the next agenda item is will be changing the zoning for the Old Town area to be in conformance with the proposed master land use plan. If we do not change that zoning, then the existing zoning will remain regardless of what the comprehensive plan states. The comprehensive plan is just the proposed and what the city wishes to have on that piece of property, but it does not change the existing zoning until that later point in which a zoning change comes before the appropriate commissions.
And Councilmember Morrow, is that on the next agenda item coming up, if you did not, you can make a motion.
Well, it's just a public hearing next item, so there's nothing being voted on. That was my,
Oh, that's
that
right.
answers
It
my
is
question though, Mr. Page.
But when it comes up, you can make a proposal. I want to change that to
The
acre
half
lots.
acre, yeah.
Very good. Hey, do you think we need a new sound system? Okay, council, public input right here. All right. Y'all excuse me. All right, we're on 7B. And I think that concludes our presentation. I would like to move on to the public hearing. I now open this public hearing at 8:49 p.m. Is there anybody who'd like to speak to this item? Do we have any speakers already signed up? Let's take those first.
Okay, Joette King.
So, once again, I had the opportunity Joette Keene, 1410 Poppy Drive. I had the opportunity to speak to this as well at zoning, so, or at P&Z, so I may repeat myself if you heard that. I actually believe this master land use plan should be approved by council. I think it was given extensive input. I had the opportunity to attend the workshop, talk with many of the people that contributed to it, the professionals that work for the city. I sensed that they were very thoughtful. And yes, as a citizen, we have vested interest in what happens to our city. I didn't see anything controversial in this plan. I thought it made a lot of sense. I appreciate the work that was done by experts. As I said when I was at the zoning, what do I know about water and sewer? What could I judge or offer as a citizen that would be valuable there? But the good things that were in the 2016 plan, as we had lots of discussion just a moment ago, many of those were actually brought forward and incorporated. So I think when you look at the overlay that we saw on the map of the different aspects and items that were put into this plan, it becomes really comprehensive of what can be done for the city. You know, it's important that our zoning is correct. To have a map that was not correct for our land use didn't make sense. It could be confusing to developers if they were coming in to look at things or to make plans. I believe this plan incorporates The items that will allow for the appropriate planning for our city, such as the engineering group will have to do, and that's vital so that we have things correct. We certainly don't want to have increased cost because we've overbuilt something thinking it was going to be a different kind of zoning, and then find that we've spent money we didn't need to spend, or that the opposite would happen, that we underbuilt and did something that was going to be costly to correct. So having a correct zoning and then overlay that with the right engineering is really important, and it looks like this plan and the experts that had input to it took that into account. We all know that our roads are really problematic. Speaking with the people at that workshop, it was very interesting to see the thought and the process that went into looking at how the roads could be changed. I remember, speaking with, about the issue with fire trucks getting to certain places, and those things had to be addressed when this plan was put in place. So the experts know what we need. As a citizen, I can look at this and say, well, I really liked going out Schoolhouse Road to Westport Parkway, but I didn't like sitting in traffic when it got all backed up. So the experts took that into account and said, how can we do this and make it better? So I had that opportunity to speak with many of the people who contributed. I found them to be very thoughtful and proactive, recognizing what we needed. I think they were strategic, and I really do believe that they represented the interests of retaining a healthy, safe, and functioning environment for Hasslet. And so I really encourage you as a council to approve this master land use plan tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have other speakers?
Yes, sir. Joel Bullard.
Please come up.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Ms. King, again, outstanding job. You were a wordsmith. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I would like to propose that you consider, act, and approve agenda item 7B as proposed by the planning and zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have another speaker?
Yes, sir. Cindy Laird.
Ms. Laird.
My name is Cindy Laird, and I live at 219 Main Street, Haslet, Texas. We do have a master land use plan in existence right now, correct?
That answer is no. We do not have a document called master land use plan.
Really? Okay. I was just wondering if this master use plan will prohibit what happened in, what was it, Sawgrass?
Sweetgrass.
Whatever, wherever
that
the
answer is yes.
overbuilding
That's yes.
happened. Okay.
It will not permit that. Repealing, when the comprehensive plan was repealed, that killed that.
Was there a master land use plan in that comprehensive plan?
No.
Okay. I'm just curious because I thought that at one time Hasslet did have a master land use plan.
It had what was called a future land use plan, which is on one of these walls. Is it up there? No, it's not up there. Yeah. Okay, right back here is the future land use plan. But this plan will, in effect, replace that. The future land use plan will go away. That's the plan that said, well, let's put mixed use in industrial
Well, I
zone.
understand, and I'm sure when
Yeah.
that was done, there were not roads that are in existence now or ones that are coming.
No, that's true. It
So
was.
I just,
Much of it was
in
existing.
2016, we were asked to do that comprehensive plan, and it was like a pipe dream. What would you like to see in Hasslet? So it's just really kind of belittling when you keep beating it like a dead horse. In 2016, this is what was proposed to us, and it looked good. And there were things in there that needed to be addressed, yes. And also then we had COVID come along. Yes, all these things need to be updated in a more timely manner, but they didn't get done. And I understand because I've seen Highway 170 that's now in existence. I was looking at plans for that back in 1987, and it changed, and it changed, and it changed before it ever became into existence. So I'm just saying that the people that were on these committees were trying to do their very best. We weren't trying to come up with ideas that would not work in Hasslet. And so, you know, the gardens sound wonderful, but that's also just an idea of what you'd like to see coming into Hasslet. And that's what we did. So this master use plan, I'm sure, is very necessary and it needs to be done, and I support it, but I just kind of feel bad. And I agree with Sandy, something needs to be done about the old town because cars do run through here 24 hours a day, and we hear them all night and all day. There are times from like 4 in the morning until who knows when I can't look out my front yard, which looks onto Main Street, without seeing a constant stream of cars. Not only the cars, but the semi-truck. And so I agree that something needs to be done, but, you know, cut us a little slack. We weren't trying to do the wrong thing at the time we did it. Thank you.
You know, a comment in public hearings, not, you know, generally it's not made, but Ms. Laird, I want to say this. This has nothing to do with those who participated, and we all realize that those who participated you were doing your best with what you know. I think a key element of once it was passed, it wasn't used. Once it was passed, it just was not used. And that was it. But believe me, you know, I know probably everybody on that list that would participated, and everybody there has the best intentions of Haslet, Texas. I know that for a fact, every one of them. So it's nothing to those individuals. It's more it just was never used, and now it needs severe updating. And that's all that was. Do we have other speakers?
That was all that has signed up.
Is there anybody that in the chambers who would like to make public comment on this item? The public hearing. Please come forward if you would like.
Sanders. It was on, I turned it off. Sandra Smith, 300 Gamble Street. I support this master land use plan. Really, I'm thrilled about it, and you'll hear more about that at the next agenda item, because in the 2016 plan and the resulting documents, my zoning was changed. Now, there's been previous speakers get up and say, oh, previous councils have never changed zoning. Well, it sure did happen to me. I was R7, residential 7, and I became some kind of core transition, something that made no sense when you look at that plan. If you look at the Old Town overlay in 2016, I'm glad it's gone because my block was unrecognizable. So I just want you to know how much I support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers? Is there anybody online? All right. Last call for speakers. All right. Since there are no one online nor in the chambers, I will close this public hearing at 9:01 p.m. Okay, council, this is to you. Discussion, consideration, action.
Do you want to make? I just want to say right here on page 38, it's the part I was concerned about is yellow. It says medium density 2 units per acre. So that was my only concern, and it says 2 units per acre in our packet. So I'm okay with that since it's not the 10,000.
Are you talking about in the downtown area?
Yes, it's yellow on this, in our packet, so that's, it says medium density, 2 units per acre, so.
Yeah, we want to make sure, we tweaked that just a little bit, just to make sure there was some clarification. It really didn't fit into any category. And so that's why we made that one that was 4 units per acre, just to help out with that.
So when we make this motion, are we making a motion on the map we were presented in our packet, or the map that you showed us previously?
The map that's up there on the screen.
Right here, okay.
Mayor Holsey?
Yes.
I move to approve an ordinance adopting the master land use plan as presented.
Motion is made to approve the master land use plan as presented. Is there a second?
Mayor Holsey, I second that motion.
There is a second. Any discussion? All right, no discussion. I call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. Motion passes. Thank you, council. Item 7C, hold a public hearing regarding versions or revisions to the existing zoning districts, uses and standards in the Old Town area. And item 1 is a presentation. Mr. Schwanke.
Mayor Holsey and members of the council, this is the Old Town zoning ordinance and zoning case. It'll just be a public hearing tonight. You'll be looking at some kind of action on it on your next council meeting. But this is the area that we're looking at is right here. It's everything to the northwest of State Highway 156 to the railroad track and down to the park. Then there's meanders here around through even including Gamble Park and back. And there is a differentiation between the area that we're showing here in the Old Town core area as opposed to the expansion area. And the expansion has the crosshatch pattern on that. And there's 2 major differences on that. Actually, 3 major differences. One is that the lot size is larger in the expansion area. The house sizes are a little bit larger. And then in the core area, when we get to it, there's another detail that says if you have an existing lot smaller than 7,200 square feet, you can actually build on it without doing anything. If it's a platted lot and it was pre-existing, then it's okay. We'll work with you on it. And so there's a lot of lots that'll be 5,000 square feet. Most of them are around 6,000, a lot of 7,200 square foot. There are some that are 5,000, so they're really small. And we don't want to handicap those lots. Yeah, you can build a house on those, but the other requirements as far as the dimensions of the lots really do not apply. This is our notice map. Everybody within 200 feet of that area was notified. And then this is the actual zoning map that we're proposing, where you have the OTE, which is the expansion area, and then you have the OTC, which is the core. Down at the very bottom, you have an area that's surrounded by blue. That is the park. And then moving up from that, the light blue area is public / institutional, and that's where City Hall and the library sits. And then all the rest of the frontage is showing us commercial along 156. There is a church along 156 in the area zone being proposed as GC. And in the OTC, there's several churches. Churches can go anywhere, and so it's really not a mixed match. They're allowed in every zoning district. There's not a special zoning district for those uses. And this is a type of houses that we're looking at having in the old area, something that would match fairly well with what's existing there. We have in the bottom right we have a Craftsman. Then we have a Tudor up in the I'm going to call it the northeast corner of it, the slide on the far right. And then we have a house that is something that really fits into the neighborhood really well. But all these houses, if you'll notice, there's one thing in common with all of them. They all have porches. And we want people to be able to interact with with each other in the front yard. And especially when you take the traffic out of it that we're proposing on the master land use plan. And I think that's really key to this. And these are the particular standards in the Old Town Core. You'll notice that note number 3 at the very bottom says lots pre-existing prior to the adoption of this ordinance are exempt from this minimum. And that's the lot depth, lot size, and lot width. And so there's that really gives a break to those lots. But you can see the houses are minimum house size is 1,400 square feet. And there's something else that we're going to get to on another slide that's really different. When you look at the front yards, the side yards, interiors, well, those are actually measured from the curb line instead of where you'd measure them normally, which would be at the property line. And this gives more flexibility for those smaller lots, because most of the streets in the downtown have been improved. They got sidewalk, curb and gutter, etc. And so we really didn't want to penalize them. Some of those lots would be, you'd have overlapping side lot yards, and they really couldn't build anything. But this actually gives them some flexibility so they could do that. And then this would be the Old Town expansion, where they're larger lots. And since there's no lots there, there's no exemption for pre-existing lots. They're just 2 tracks. And like the mayor mentioned earlier tonight, the track that's on the left-hand side of the road, if you look at the CAD, it's about 32 to 33 acres. But when you take out sidewalks and right-of-ways, it's going to be right around 30 acres. Then the one on the right side of is an extension of Main Street, it's about 40 acres on the CAD. But once again, you have a section of it's in the floodplain, and you have a trail section that's going through there, and by the time you take out the streets and everything, it'll probably be around 32 to 33 acres of actually developable land. And this is what I mentioned earlier about the setbacks from the curb line. And normally, on a regular subdivision, those lines are measured from the property line. And on these smaller lots, you just can't get there. They just become unusable. So we still want to have some open space in the front, and but you have a lot of flexibility there as far as where your house sits. And once again, you'll notice there's a front of porch. We want people to all have porches on the front, 80 square feet. And then we want to give some options as far as garage location. We're looking at having no front entry garages, much like the rest of the city has, but yet giving them option to have a garage in the back, or a J swing if their lot's a little bit wider. And there are, like I say, 4 different types of locations, whether you're upside up to a street or you're in the middle of a subdivision. And then along the expansion area, we want it to be a very walkable community. So all the area on both sides of the street, of Main Street, would have a curvilinear type sidewalk to allow for pedestrians, and then also tying in with the TAPS trail extended. I'm going to go back to the very first slide here. And if you look at around it, this is where the TAPS trail comes. So we want that trail to be expanded and circle all of that area and actually tie back into the Parks trail system. Then have this other trail going down through the middle of it, connecting with the other sidewalks and the rest of the thing. Having said that, that's my presentation for them.
Oh, excuse me. Okay, I open this public hearing at 9:11 p.m. Do we have any public speakers requests to fill out?
Yes, sir.
We could
Joette-
take those first, please.
okay. Joette King.
Joette Keene, 1410 Poppy Drive, probably remember that by now. I actually spoke to this as well at the P&Z meeting, I guess you get the sense that I was pretty interested in these 3 items, and so I made that effort. Oh, I'm really short.
I'm tall, so here you go.
Thanks. And I'm usually pretty loud, so. In this item, I think we have a really unique opportunity to rezone Old Town back to a residential area and allow for the expansion, you know, with the housing that's been outlined. I think it has really, well, I haven't lived in Haslet only the last 8 years. I think it has a really unique and kind of sentimental value to people in this community. And while there was a desire to make that kind of more multi-use with the potential mix of residential and commercial, you know, that never really materialized. And I think that lent itself, as we heard, you know, one of the people who lived there, it really had a negative impact on that area. And that's unfortunate because it is so important to a city to have that historic and that really kind of an emotional sense of community. So, you know, and I also thought about how would I feel if my neighborhood suddenly got rezoned and next door to me was going to be something commercial where people could walk across my lawn or park, you know, close to my driveway or throw trash out. You know, I don't think any one of us would be really happy to have that happen. So I think the fact that it got rezoned, maybe there was some wishful thinking, but it never materialized. And I think it's time to put this back to a residential zoning. I know it's not up for a vote tonight, but I hope when you have the opportunity to vote on this, you vote to agree with this plan, because I think it will make a difference for the people who live there now and for the people who may live there in the future with some lovely homes, some families, maybe children, walking trails, people that can enjoy that old town and really bring it back to life and what it was intended to be when it was first built. So thank you. I hope next council meeting you'll vote positively to accept this. Thank you.
Our next speaker. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker.
Next speaker is Michelle Branham, and she submitted an email, asked that we pass on to the city council that she is a property owner at 208 Gamble Street, that she is in support of the proposed plan. And then the next speaker is Joel Bullard.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Ms. Montgomery, thank you for calling Ms. King first. She took the words right out of my mouth every time tonight.
Mayor, should you state your name and address, please?
Joel Bullard, 108 Hurley. I tend to agree with the line of thinking. I think where Councilmember Morrow was going with the 2 living units per acre, that's what I would like to see. I back up through that expansion area that's on the map. I mean, I would rather not see warehouses back there, obviously. But if they are going to build houses, I would like to see them on larger lots and spread out more rather than the high density option available. I'd like to recommend that the council let the council consider, act, and approve agenda item 7C. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have other speakers?
One more. Cindy Laird.
Cindy Laird, 219 Main Street, Hasslet, Texas. I feel much better knowing the size of that expansion unit, and if it's correct in the figures, and I know that's just kind of a guesstimate, but on about 30 acres on either side, and only 2 per acre, we're looking at 60 houses, right? Where the other night we were talking about 300 or so.
At that, if it's like it's shown tonight at 10,000 square feet, that's like 4 units per acre.
So we're talking about 120 on both
Yes.
either side. Well, that's still
Not on either side altogether.
altogether, right, okay. And I would like to make a suggestion on the parcel that's on the right-hand side, on the east side, if they could have a way to get in and out on 156, then we wouldn't get inundated by all those homes coming back down Main Street. And I have a question. You were talking about the trail, and you had, bushes and sidewalks and all that. Is that part of the new addition that you were talking about?
That's correct. All the existing lots would not have that, because it's already platted.
Right.
But this
Well, I
is
just
just
wondered
beyond-
where it was going to fit in.
We don't want to get over to the right picture. It would be basically right here.
Okay. I see a prime example for our next Hasslet hustle.
For what?
I see a prime place for us to have our Hasslet hustle. We always have a hard time finding a 3.5K, a road that we don't have to close. So, thank you, Council.
That was all that signed up.
Do we have anybody online? Do we have any others in?
I'll put it in the middle. Patricia Hilborn, 2207 Virginia Lane. So I have always hoped for a cohesive vision for Old Town. I was part of, as a citizen, I participated in some vision meetings as early as I can remember of 2004. And that was part of it, is to have an Old Town that was reminiscent of what a small town would be. I know that in 2016, the citizens were saying, well, maybe it should have a mix of uses in it. And that was how this came about, so that it would be not just houses, but also places for people to go and enjoy different things in life that they like. So I talked to 8 people, 8 residents, about what is being proposed. 4 of them own property in Old Town, and they're split. 2 of them said that they like to see it go back to just residential. They like the slower lifestyle. They want it to be more pedestrian friendly. Of course, that means less traffic, which is what we'd all like to have. 2 of them, the other 2 folks I spoke to, and these are not people in the same household, these are 4 households, were against going back to residential because they were here during the plans that included the multi-use in Old Town, and they like that. They still like that idea. And one of them even said, well, from 2016 to now, how can you expect all of this to come to pass in 6 years anyway? So they don't think that they would like to see it all residential. Then I also spoke to 4 people, again, 4 households who do not own property in Old Town. And they're kind of on the fence. They feel similar to what I expressed, with that they would like to see a cohesive plan, and one that's doable, not just an idea that sounds good on paper but really can't happen. And I think this plan today still includes some of those things that it looks good on paper, but how is it going to happen? And one of the things that came up in at least 2 of those conversations, and I share that view, so I'm a third voice there, is that not enough of the actual property owners were included in the way this was put together. You're showing a plan that you have looked at for a long time, the staff has looked at, and experts have looked at, but you're only getting feedback right now after you're already ready for the council to vote on it. And so these folks and I say that we need more inclusion and less non-disclosure. Also, just as another note, the larger you make the lots, the less pedestrian-friendly a neighborhood becomes. These little lots that we have here, they're tiny, but they fit naturally with these craftsman style homes. And you might have neighbors that walk from house to house and greet each other on their porches. I don't know of any other subdivision in Hasslet that, even with the half-acre lots, that really promotes that kind of thing, because the houses just aren't that close to the road. They aren't that close to each other. People become very good friends with their neighbors, but it's still not what you're trying to describe here. So I'm not going to say that I'm against this plan, because I believe this is a cohesive plan. But I will say that in 6 years, are we going to be, we may be where we are today, saying, well, it didn't come to fruition, let's relook at it again. These things take a very long time to come to fruition. So, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else who would like to speak to the public hearing? Yes.
Sandra Smith, 300 Gamble Street. This is the one I've been waiting on. This is where, I live. I've lived here my entire life, all of my 61 years. And so when I saw this plan, I was thrilled. I was absolutely thrilled that it was going to be residential again, because what's happened since 2016 really hasn't worked for me. I mean, it's actually been a nightmare most of the time, from what has happened with people who've moved in, investors. And I believe I remember when the 2016 plan came on, was being worked on, they wanted to make Hasslet a destination. They wanted to make Old Town a destination. Well, it's been a destination, all right, for house flippers and investors, not families and an environment conducive for people who live here. So I support this. I'm thrilled about it. I'm thrilled about the expansion area. I've seen a lot of plans come and go, been here a long time, and this is one I really hope happens. Really hope it happens. And just to give you a little backup data, I'm a data diver. I like to dig around in data and deeds and history and things like that. And so I pretty much have the Old Town ownership memorized. There's roughly 30 houses. And these are all existing homes in this Old Town area that we're talking about. And I went and looked at every single property on Tarrant Appraisal District. I don't know if Mr. Swanky did that. But all of them are indicated as single-family homes, every single one of them. And at the Planning and Zoning meeting, we heard a lot about the people who own property here. There's a lot of people who own property in Old Town, but they don't live in it. There's less than 10 that have a homestead on those. And I suspect some of those that have a homestead out of that 10 aren't being lived in, maybe only a handful. So what I see happening is this zoning change is actually putting it back to what it should be, what it already is, and expanding on what it could be, and I'm thrilled. And I thank everyone, all the staff, everyone who worked on it. And, I may not have had a lot of input into it, probably none. But when I did see it, I was thrilled. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to speak during this public hearing? Is there anybody online? Given that there's none in the chamber or none online, I close the public hearing. And that concludes item 7C. And council, let's take a 10-minute break. And that would bring us back at, according to my clock, it would be 9:36. And we will resume with the open session.
Want to help me pick out my clothes, Leslie? I love doing that to her. Wait, girl. Wait, girl. Pretty. Pretty girl. We need to get you some yoga pants, Lucy. Only 2 more days till vacation. Sweet girl. Process. Probably 8.
Very good. It is 9:36, and we will resume our open session. All the council members, again, are seated. And let's go to item 7D. It's discuss, consider, and act on a resolution approving and authorizing the publication of notice of intent to issue City of Haslet, Texas, certificates of obligation and resolving other matters incident and related thereto. It's presentation. What you have here, and council, this is late documents generated this evening just to better explain. This just is, do I have a copy of that? Yeah, here I do. I have it here. Thank you very much. These are two of the same, and at the top of the page on the left is original request as appeared in the budget. These are capital requests. And then on the right is proposed certificate of obligation changes. I misspelled changes. I left out the N. On the proposed certificate of obligation changes, you can see what was previously in the general reserve fund moved over to debt. They're all highlighted. And then at the very bottom, you'll notice that under Public Works, Facility and Design and Engineering, we had originally listed as debt. It's been moved to general fund reserves. The reason for this, we submitted the original list to bond counsel, and bond counsel reviewed this. And at the last legislative session, the legislatures passed more stringent criteria. Where did that feedback start? Testing 1, 2. Okay, nonetheless, bond counsel informed us that the legislature had changed. You cannot build public facilities with a CO. It has to go to an election, which would be like a general obligation bond, where the citizenry would have to vote on whether you could approve the bond or not. But yet with the current legislation as is, you can do parks, you can do street project, you can do, you can do the street projects, you can do water projects, sewer projects. You just can't do facility projects. Except for fire stations. You can do fire stations. Things that are of EMS type facilities. And that's what I wanted. That was to accomplish the movement. And essentially we had to move the $2 million for the public works facilities into the general fund. And what you see moved over to the right was moving the projects to come close to, in fact, it's just a little above $2 million into the debt column. And that's what the CO would be issued for. And I'll turn it over to Marcy Lamb. She has a few more comments to make on this.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, this is the first step in the issuance of the COs that you discussed at your budget workshops and during the adoption of the budget. And as the Mayor just went over, we've rearranged some of the projects, but none of the projects have been lost. None of them have been eliminated. They've just been rearranged to provide for the correct financing for them. So what you're looking at on your agenda this evening is a resolution that will authorize our city secretary to publish the notice for our intention to issue these bonds. And this will start the process. There are many steps that we would need to complete. The main highlights of the calendar would be there's a lot of steps to go through to put out the preliminary information, such as the preliminary official statement, which is what is circulated to the prospective buyers of the bonds. And it would set forth a lot of our information, such as our financial condition, our rates for water and sewer, any kind of transparent information that any prospective buyer or the public would have interest in as it pertains to these projects and bonds. So what this resolution does is it sets forth the purposes for the bonds, and as the mayor mentioned, we have some vehicles in here. We have roads, bridges, we've got water and sewer projects, and fire facility improvements. So that's the purpose of the resolution, is to give that information and start this process. We're looking at after many of the interim steps are done, we're looking at on December 12th having the pricing for these bonds, and then if we can follow the schedule as presented, we'll be closing on them on December 29th, right before the end of the calendar year. And so right now the resolution carries with it an amount not to exceed $17.1 million. And that includes a little bit extra funds than what is on the list that the mayor showed you earlier with the changes on it. And that is to just allow a cushion. We don't really know what the market's going to be doing between now and the time of pricing. And then we also are allowing for different issuance costs and things of that nature. So what we're asking you to approve in the resolution for Shannon to publish is your intent to issue bonds not to exceed, or excuse me, certificates of obligation not to exceed $17.1 million.
I would like to make a further comment in that the $17.1 million CO is our first step in addressing, you can see the capital request of $50 million here. This is our first step in addressing and all of the of that need, and these are the, I'll say first, many of the projects are critical, but this is the prioritization of those first projects we need to execute. All right, that's our presentation. Let's go to discussion, consideration, and action. Ask any questions you like, please. If there are none, I'll entertain a motion.
I had a question. On the resolution, it says passed and approved the 19th day of September. Should it be today date, or is that correct?
It should be today's, and we can make that change.
Then I'll make a motion. I make a motion to approve resolution authorizing the publication of notice of intention to issue City of Hasslet, Texas, certificates of obligations and resolving other matters incident and related thereto with the date change.
Motion is made to approve the resolution to authorize the publication of notice of intention to issue City of Hasslet, Texas certificates of obligation and resolving other matters incident and related thereto. Is there a second?
Mayor Halsey, I'll second.
There is a second. Any further discussion?
Do we need to include not to be greater than 17.1 million?
It's listed in the resolution
Okay.
under section 1. Any other questions or discussion? If there is none, then I call for the vote. All in favor? It's unanimous. Motion carries. Thank you, council. Item 7E, discuss, consider, and act on an interlocal agreement with the City of Fort Worth regarding City of Hasslet Road extension. Before you on the screen, that is the project. That's one of the roads that are crucial to Old Town to divert that traffic we just had so much discussion about. What this interlocal agreement is the City of Fort Worth sees the high need of this and are participating at, there's two different levels. One is a minimum of $500,000. They are contributing funds. This is a Hasslet project. They'll be contributing funds of a minimum of $500,000. And it can go up towards $800,000 should, depending on the need of a traffic signal at the intersection of this expansion and FM 156. And this is that is the request, and that is the essence of this interlocal agreement. I guess that would conclude my presentation of this project. Let's go to 2, discussion, consideration, and action. Any questions? Discussion, please.
Mayor Halsey?
Yes.
What was the total cost of the project?
The total cost of the project stands at $2.8 million right now.
And the City of Fort Worth is going to...
Now, the City of Fort Worth contribute up to $500,000 or up to $800,000. This project was on the 2021 Tarrant County Transportation Bond, which will reimburse 50% of this project.
So the City of Fort Worth will contribute up to $800,000, from $500,000 to $800,000?
It'll be between $500,000 is minimal, up to a maximum of $800,000, depending on and subsequent to the determination of a traffic study. The traffic study will conclude after the project is finished. This is only a 70-day project. What we are wanting to do, and what is critical, is that we get a December start. And this project will be constructed by Tarrant County Precinct 3, which we realize great savings on construction with regard to that. That project, if citizens are not aware, Tarrant County Precinct 3 will provide all the labor and all the machinery. What is paid for is the fuel cost, which is estimated at $45,000, and we pay for the materials. We have a developer who will be participating as well. So between the developer, City of Fort Worth, and reimbursement by Tarrant County bond program, again, this is a project that there is, but other than Hasslet will be paying the $45,000 for fuel, but we're leveraging a $2.8 million project with this. So this is a good deal.
Mayor Halsey?
Yes.
I did see on what we just did approve on the Keller Haslet roadway extension to FM 156, $290,000 to debt. Is
that covers any engineering that our city engineers may need, because they are doing engineering work. We put that on there so we can advance the engineering, but that particular money is reimbursable by that bond, and we've earmarked that.
Mayor, so the $45,000 is included in that $290,000 cost, or is that all engineering?
I did not intentionally include the 45,000 in that 296, but
So that would come out of possibly another budget or line item?
yes.
Okay.
But it is a likelihood that that line item could take care of the 45,000.
Mayor Halsey?
Yes.
I move to approve the interlocal agreement with the city of Fort Worth regarding the Keller-Haslet Road extension.
Motion is made to approve the interlocal agreement with the city of Fort Worth regarding Keller-Haslet Road extension. Is there a second?
Mayor, I'll second that.
There is a second. Any further discussion? If not, I call for the vote. All in favor? It's unanimous. Motion carries. Thank you, council. Item 7F is discuss, consider, and act on a contract with P3 Works for administration of the City of Haslet TERS number 1. Ms. Lamb.
Yes, Mayor and Council, I had asked the mayor to allow me to place this before you for consideration. We outsource right now all of our administration for our PID districts. We outsource those to P3 Works, and P3 Works is very knowledgeable in the administration of TERS districts as well. Our TERS district number 1, we have 3 players in it: the City of Haslet, Texas Community College, and then Tarrant County. And what we do is we pay the increment of the tax into the TERS. Each year, we each have to pay into the TERS fund, which the city administers, just like we do the PID funds. And so we pay our portions in that, and then those funds will be used in the future to pay back a loan from NCT COG that is all related to the Haslet Parkway project. To administer the TERS, the annual cost for a similar TERS to ours, according to P3 Works, about the most the funds would ever be on an annual basis for the contract would be about $1,500. However, our TERS has already been set up. We used a different arm of P3 Works to actually set it up, so they're very familiar with it. So we're expecting that between $500 and $1,000 annually is all it would cost for them to administer it. This will save me and my staff a lot of time. Is the main reason that I'm asking you to approve this. It is an administrative cost that is allowable under the TERS district. It would be paid by the TERS district. It would not be an allocation of any city funds at all for this contract. P3 Works does an excellent job. They're very, very detail-oriented, ticking and tying all the numbers, and it is dependent on who pays into the district, who doesn't pay, what taxes are collected, which ones are delinquent, and having to monitor all of that and using the database from Tarrant County, which P3 Works has much better access to than I do. So I just appreciate your consideration to allow me to use P3 Works to administer our TERS.
I would, counsel, again, on behalf of our finance director, I urge you to approve this. One, it is a very cost-saving effort, a very timely effort. It's detailed work, and P3 is set up. They know this TERS, and that this is their line of work, their line of business. It'd be a great expenditure, and again, it does not come out of our general fund. It's built into the TERS payment itself. And so there, I would give it to you for your discussion, consideration, and action.
I had a question. When we make the motion, do we need to have a not to exceed amount or just leave it kind of open?
The fees are dependent on the different reporting and different filings we have, and so they can vary. She's just given me an estimate of what she thinks it will be. She doesn't think it would exceed probably $1,500 a year whatever you all are comfortable with, I think.
I would ask that you don't limit it. You know, what if it's $1,700? Then we got to bring it back to the council for approval. So I think what they're doing is, you know, the magnitude of the cost here is very small.
Mayor Halsey, that's sort of my question. I thought I was reading in here that I thought I saw the $1,000 was in the document. So do we need, is it the $1,000 in the document, does it say up to $1,000 or do we need to change that?
I think that was just their estimate.
I'm sorry. I think it's just an estimate that I was given from them. The amounts that are actually related into the contract are hourly fees for their different staff, unless I'm missing something that you're looking at.
You're correct. It's on the cover page. Says just the financial impact was said $1,000 on the cover page. So okay.
I make a motion to approve a contract with P3 Works for administration of the City of Haslet TERS number 1.
Yes,
I
Mayor,
did not have my mic on. Is there a second?
Yes, Mayor, I'll second that.
There is a second. Any further discussion? And then I'll call for the vote. All in favor? It's unanimous. Motion passes. Item 7G, discuss, consider, and act on an audit engagement letter from LaFollette and Company P LLC to perform the audit for fiscal year ended September 30, 2022, and renewal for fiscal years 2023 through 2025. Again, Ms. Lamb.
Yes, LaFollette and Company has already been retained for the current year. However, this is the presentation of their engagement letter, which is basically what they call their contract, their annual contract. This is the last year of a 3-year engagement that they had proposed, and so they are reproposing for an additional 3 years. When we go out for audit services, we circulate an RFP for services, and the last time we circulated an RFP, we had very few bidders. They have been our auditors for 6 years. They had an original 3-year agreement, and then we extended it for an additional 3 years, so they've been our auditors now for 6 years. So we're asking for another extension. The price for the current year that just ended September 30th for that audit that we'll be conducting this winter is $24,600. And we've determined that we will not need a single audit of grant programs this year, so there's not an additional cost for that. And funds are budgeted in the current year. The fees that they've proposed for 23, 24, and 25 each year are going up $1,000. So 2023 is $25,600, 2024 $26,600, and 2025 $27,600. This would be a 3-year engagement with annual review by the council. And when we present the audit every year, part of that presentation, staff gives you a report on the relationship between staff and the auditors, how that audit went, if there's any disagreements, any conflicts, anything of that nature. The auditors also give you the same report from their side so that you will know how that audit engagement was conducted, and you know, that you're satisfied with who you have doing your audit. I can tell you in the 6 years that we've used them, they've become just more and more efficient every year. Last year and the pandemic year, we did everything electronically. They didn't have to come on site. And that was even including a single audit, which was no small feat, because the single audit that we had was the TxDOT Haslet Parkway project, which was a very large grant program. So we're expecting just to not have a single audit this year. I can't predict for the coming years, but so far our largest grant this year is the ARPA grant, and it does not rise to the level of expenditures that would fall under that threshold. So are there any questions that you have?
Council, I would like to add that I recommend that the approval of this, as well as the city's budget officer. I studied the last year's document that they produced, and I've read several of them over the years, but this firm, it was very clear, it was concise, easily understandable, and I think they did a very fine job myself. So, to you, council.
Just a quick question. So it's 24,600 now, and you said it's $1,000 additional each year for the next 3 years?
Yes, sir. Unless there is a single audit, and if we determine during the year that there will be a single audit, they will make a separate proposal and bring back for your consideration before they begin that work.
Mayor Halsey, question.
Yes.
I guess I'm always coming from a subcontract background and everything. I know that this is, you know, that they performed well. I'm hearing what you're saying. I'm hearing what you're also saying too, Marcy. But if you don't go out every so often and actually get another RFP, you don't know if they're still within the market. I don't know if if that needs to be entertained, because now we're going to be going on 9 years not without even an RFP out to see if there's other market out there.
Yes, sir. In all my years of experience, that is always a philosophical question that the council would need to determine what they feel comfortable with. Haslet, to my knowledge, does not have a set policy like some cities do. The RFP process can be pretty extensive and involved, and I've done it twice since I've been here, and I think I got maybe 3 bidders the first time I did, and I only got 2 last time, which was the incumbent and then La Follette. And the incumbent that proposed, that was here when I got here and re-proposed, that firm I don't believe is even in existence anymore. We don't present a full comprehensive annual financial report like some cities do. We're just not really large enough. It's not necessarily beneficial to us to spend that time and effort. And so most of the larger firms, that's what they specialize in, and those fees are very high. And to try to get them to bid on our audit and scale them down was difficult, is what I found last time. Now, we have utilized some of the larger firms when we did the single audit. We did have someone, another firm, put another set of eyes on it, which is a recommended practice whenever you're using your audit firm and they actually issue your report. So it's just a philosophy, whatever the council would desire. Once again, with everything that's happening in the city and the rapid growth we're having and the help that I don't have, this is not a great time to spend the time to go out for RFP, but certainly if that's what the council's desire would be, we would certainly do that.
I appreciate the feedback that you gave too. Thanks.
I just want to make a comment that it's only at less than 4% increase, and it's less every year after that. So I suggest we approve this, but when this is coming up, do maybe go out and request other bidders at that time.
I'm hoping to have an additional staff person by then, so.
I would entertain a motion if there's no further discussion.
Yeah, Mayor, I'll make a motion. I make a motion that we approve or accept the audit engagement letter from La Follette and Company, PLLC, to perform the audit for fiscal year ended September 30th, 2022, and renewal for fiscal years 2023 through 2025.
Motion is made to approve the audit engagement letter from La Follette and Company, PLLC, to perform the audit for fiscal year ending September 30, 2022, and renewal for fiscal years 2023 through 2025. Is there a second?
Mayor Halsey, I'll second.
There is a second. Any further discussion? If not, I call for the vote. All in favor? It's unanimous. The motion passes. Thank you, council. Item 7H, discuss, consider, and act on an appointment to the Park and Recreation Board Place 7 vacancy for the remainder of the 2021-2023 term. Ms. Montgomery.
Thank you, Mayor. As last meeting, we did do our annual boards and commission appointments. We did leave some vacancies on some of those boards. We have received one application since the 19th. I think hers came in on the 26th for Dana Horak, who wishes to be on the park board. So we wanted to bring it forward to you as we are now, so that way we can fill the board.
You, council.
That's a great win for the Parks Board, because when Dana was on it, she is an incredible person and a hard worker. So I would like to make a motion to approve the appointment to the Park and Recreation Board, Place 7, to Dana Horak for the remainder of the 2021-2023 term.
Motion is made to appoint Dana Horak to the Park and Recreation Board, Place 7, for the remainder of the 2021-2023 term. Is there a second?
Mayor Halsey, I'll second.
There is a second. Any further discussion? I call for the vote. All in favor? It's unanimous. The motion passes. And please notify Mrs. Hort tomorrow.
Yes, sir, I will.
Thank you. Item 7I, I'm going to ask that the Mayor Pro Tem take item 7I, and I will leave the chambers. I will be in the conference room. And please, when you finish, come and get me.
Okay, thank you. I requested this be put on the agenda last council meeting. As you know, we have repealed the ordinance for our city administrator, and the mayor of Hasslet has been taking on that role. And I believe that because the mayor's office has taken critical negotiations with TxDOT and local leaders, so Hasslet's voice can be heard, and the desire for roads to become less impacted by traffic from the warehouse district to reduce freight traffic. This is an ongoing issue and a top priority for the citizens of Hasslet that we need to consider when we're deciding whether to implement a salary for the office of mayor. I have, the reason I went ahead and brought it up at this point is because the Texas Government Code 141.01 says that elected and appointed officers in a Type A general law municipality on or before January 1 preceding a regular municipal election, the governing body of a Type A general law municipality shall set the salary and any fees of office of the mayor to be filled at the election, the compensation of each other elected officer to be elected at that election, and the compensation of each officer appointed by the governing body. An officer's compensation set under this section may not be changed during the term for which the officer is elected or appointed. And the below Texas Government Code 22.042 talks about the powers and duties of the mayor that our mayor currently does, in addition to the powers, the jobs that a city administrator or city manager does in other cities. So he's taken on the powers of the mayor plus additional powers of a city manager and administrator, since we voted previously to repeal the last city administrator's position. I have in your folder, I did a lot of research, and you'll see I researched the surrounding cities of Haslet along with cities that were in comparable population. I used the Texas Municipal League to determine what cities were in our region that were type A, and then after I got a list of those that had comparative populations to ours, I also contacted 40 plus city secretaries. I got information from the Dallas Business Journal of salaries, and to see what other cities were doing. And if you'll notice on this sheet, you might need to take a minute to look at it, the comparison salaries that other cities do. I put what type of municipality it was, the population, and whether there's a city manager or administration, and what the compensation was. Hasslet is very unique. There's only about 3 cities that I found in our general area where the mayor acts also as a city manager and city administrator. So I just wanted to bring this before the council and to consider implementing for the 22-23 beginning of May, a mayor's salary for the city of Hasslet. Any comments, discussions? Give you a minute to look over that and ask me questions that you might have.
Do you have an idea what the salary you're proposing or you would propose?
You know, I thought about it. I thought about hours that our current mayor puts in, but in making this decision, I feel like it really should come from all the council members. I didn't want to put a number. I wanted you to see what the other cities offer. However, we are unique. Blue Mound is really the only one that pays the mayor's salary. That mayor runs that city, like our Mayor Halsey does. They pay $21,600 annually. I know.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I wanted it, the salary to compensate the mayor, but it's an elected position and it's a volunteer, and so we have to take that in, I think, into consideration when we consider what the salary is. Yes.
Mayor, I have one question. It says city manager administrator says yes, and then but then the compensation aisle, you're saying that that's just the compensation that they have for the mayor?
Yes, the compensation, they give, for the first one, Alvarado, they have a city manager, but their mayor does not receive a compensation. So that's how you would read that.
That was my question too, because when I did the research, everything I found, well, things I found was what the mayor was paid and what the council members were paid. And so according to the technical government code, it's the office of the mayor as well as, or it could be as well as the compensation of each elected officer. So is that final column mayor only or elected officers?
It is mayor only, but I also, so I didn't want to reinvent the wheel. When I emailed the city secretaries, I also got the information from council members also. And that would be something if you wanted to add to it or consider. And I can do up a spreadsheet on that for you to have available at the next meeting.
So I had a few minutes to look at it, and I just marked the less than 4,000 population and what we were general law type A. And there was one that compensated, like you said, Blue Mound. Then the other 7 did not compensate. But all but one had a city administrator. So is the biggest issue that the city administrator was repealed and we don't have one, or that we want to be more comparable to the other cities
Well-
that are paying the mayor? I wasn't at that meeting because I had technical difficulties. So when the city administrator was removed, I wasn't able to voice my opinion. So
Right.
I don't want to remove the city administrator and then complain we don't have one. That seems a little.
Well, yeah, I'm, you know, it's not complaining that we don't have a city administrator. It's the fact that the mayor is doing the administration of the city.
But by choice to remove that position.
I do want to
Yeah.
comment that the city administrator resigned, and then we voted to do away with that position. And I have spent a lot of time with the mayor and the city administrator before he left, and I see that the mayor is taking on the role and responsibilities of a city administrator, and in some cases doing, way more than what the city administrator was doing, just in my short time that I spent with him. I can't say that happened for the full time that the city administrator is here, but I do know that the mayor spends a lot of time doing these things that a city administrator would normally take on that role. So I'm in favor of it. As far as how much the compensation would be, that I don't know. I mean, he does do a lot, and he has brought a lot of good ideas and saved the city a lot of money, and he's very involved with all entities, as you see with TxDOT, with the others, the fire department, with the other mayors surrounding us. So I'm in favor of it. I just don't know what that salary would be or what it should be.
I guess my concern that I've had, and I've even expressed it, talked to Mayor Holsley a little bit about it. We're very fortunate the last couple mayors we've had that they've been retired. The prior mayor, Mayor Golden, actually had the city manager and that with them too. My concern, and that's the reason I was thinking about this also in the back of my mind, was the aspect of Mayor Holsey's done a great job. He also knows government, the local code. He decides not to run next year or 4 years from now. Who's going to be the people that are out there that are doing that? Again, it's a volunteer position. Most of us have other jobs, and and they're not putting in the time and effort that we're seeing Mayor Holsey put. And that's the reason I was thinking that you'd make it more of a professional type position, and you're getting more of a professional type person that's going to ask to be elected at that point too, that may have that background in the local code, and that more so than us that are more part-time.
I think.
I believe it's.
Yeah. Not at this moment, no.
It's always open to the council.
I mean, it's open,
Yeah,
and
always open to the council to revisit.
And this
so.
can also be revisited. The reason we're visiting it now is because if we do anything to implement any kind of salary, it needs to be done by January 1st of this year for the coming term in May 22 or 23, 24 term. And so that's why I'm bringing it up. Mayor Halsey won't always be our mayor. Yeah, and I agree, and that's why I didn't come up with a salary or salary based on. I mean, I have all the salaries of the surrounding cities of the city managers, and they rank like 150,000 up to 300,000, and so I'm not submitting that, as an option. I think that we need to something that is comparable to what other cities might offer, something that is appropriate, if Mayor Halsey isn't the mayor.
For Arlington, who has a population of 394, pays their mayor $250 a month. And Frisco, he gets $850 a month. And I mean, I was looking at McKinney, the mayor gets $50 per council meeting. Mesquite, 150,000 people, 100 per month. Richardson, 100 per meeting. So I just don't know if we're big enough yet, but I do understand the point of, if you have someone that's not retired, how can you entice someone? But how do I know they have that government background to I mean, I'm not asking for the council to get paid. I'm going to go and say that right now. That's not something that I feel having a servant heart is about. But, you know, even Fort Worth, she gets 918,000 people, 29,000 a year, and council members get 25,000 a year. I mean, that's.
And Fort Worth, it just went before the people for a vote to triple those, and it got voted down.
Yeah, that's what I was going to point out. Most of the larger cities are home rule cities, and so all those salaries are typically set in their charters. And so when you see a $50 per meeting, that was probably set whenever decades ago by the charter when they first became a home rule city. So they may or may not be a good representation as to what salary should be, but it's ultimately up to you all, and there is no salary cap or anything like that for a mayor or council.
I just want to point out again that the city administrator resigned, and when he did, you know, nobody pushed him out. He did it for whatever reasons he needed to do. When the other reason we did away with the position is because we're a Type A city, and that calls for a strong mayor. And that's one of the reasons why we did away with that position. Doesn't mean that we don't need a city administrator. It just means that we decided that we needed a strong mayor type. And in those cases, you usually don't have a city administrator. It's the mayor doing all these things.
Mr. Page, is that accurate? Because I didn't think that was correct, that was not, I'm sorry, Marcy, do you want to go? I apologize.
I was just going to answer the gentleman.
Yes,
In the 2022 budget, as it was adopted, the salary for the city administrator was budgeted at $148,352.
Okay. I appreciate your comments, and I think we need to keep the discussion here up at the forum here.
Yeah,
So, but I
it's not a public
appreciate
hearing.
your discussion.
So to answer Councilmember Morrow's question, so on a Type A general law city, it is as the law says, the mayor is the chief executive of the city, but the city council does have authority to hire a city administrator to help run the city, and that's what you see a lot of Type A general law cities do, because a lot of cities do not have someone like Mayor Halsey who can spend so much significant amount of time doing the various things he does. So again, that is ultimately in your discretion as to how to move forward with that. I personally was not here when those personnel changes occurred, so I can't give you any background on that. But I do know that is all those things are up to you all as the council.
okay. There was just some confusion on whether it didn't apply to local government code, but it does, because we could have a city administrator ordinance.
Yes, you can have both. It doesn't keep us from hiring a city administrator in the future, or repealing a salary for a mayor in the future. However, you cannot change it during the term.
And it has to go into effect before January 1st, correct?
It goes into, it has to be approved by the council by January 1st. However, it does not go into effect until May.
It would be
until the election, yes. And then you would prorate that salary from May to December of the 2023. And it would come out of the general fund or the contingency account for general fund reserves. Anyway, I just wanted to bring that to yes.
No, the way I was reading that, it looks like it would go into effect at the time of the election.
Correct. In May.
Not being prorated back to the time of the
No,
ordinance was passed.
no. If you did an annual salary, you would prorate that salary for May, June, July. Yeah.
Yes.
It wouldn't go May to May. It wouldn't go to the election cycle.
Well, for the budget purposes, it would have to go May to December. No, I'm talking about for the budget, the salary.
Oh, in October, the fiscal year.
Right, the fiscal year. But it has to stay in place for the term, which would be the 23, 24, 25 term, 23, 25 term.
Yeah, my only concern is, I think, when the mayor was, previous mayor, when he was elected to the volunteer position, I don't believe there was a city administrator then. That the city administrator is relatively new position in the city. And so, when he was elected, he was elected as a volunteer, as each one of us, and we did have one in place. So, what drove the resignation, I don't know. I wasn't involved in city staff, but just the fact that he knew what this position entailed to begin with. Now he has taken on considerable amount of work with the minus of a city administrator. That's pretty evident in the work that he brings to the table. But I think we've got to look past today and tomorrow and look at what we're talking about election next year and the years after. So what we set now is going to set a precedent going forward for our town. And when you look over this list of types, one, I think you need to throw out the Fort Worth, the Dallas, the Houston. And there's no comparison. We're not. It's not even in the same league.
I was just doing that for reference of the large cities.
We
around
need to
here.
stay. We need to stay in a realm. We can look all over the state of Texas, but it should stay in a realm of the size of our city. And even if you look at as has been presented, at the build out of the city, what will our city be, 10 years down the road if we're fully built out? What would our population be, and then how would that fit in with some of these? I think that, if we look at some of these guidelines, I think that's what we should look at. And kind of like in the bid, throw out the highs and the lows, and let's look at the ones that are comparable.
Sorry, I think we need to consider also, if you put a salary, especially a big high salary, then you're going to have more people running for mayor, and maybe for the wrong reason. So I don't want a salary. I'm not doing this for, we get paid nothing. And the mayor also did it for the same reasons, because he cares about Hasslet. So we got to consider that. If you put a huge salary on this, or not huge, but one compared to a city administrator, then you're going to have people running for the wrong reasons, in my opinion.
I agree with that. That's why I didn't want to throw out a salary there. Because if you're going to put a salary based on the hours that our current mayor puts in, well, you would have a huge number. But it needs to be just a compensation that whether Mayor Halsey's our mayor or not, it's appropriate. So I put it out for discussion. Any comments, anything you want to pursue it?
I think we need more time to look into this.
Okay, you want to bring it back to the table? November, the first November meeting?
May I just let you know that we are going into holiday schedule,
This is-
and we're meeting once in November and once in December.
Okay, that's what I was saying. That's why I brought it today. Oh, well, let me ask this. How many would be in favor of implementing some type of compensation for a mayor's salary?
I think I'd be in favor of entertaining it. Again, what I'm saying is, that's what's going through my mind. How do you get someone that you're not going to be paying them too much and the wrong people
Right.
going there, or how do you get to the person that that there may not be retired and want to run for mayor,
Right.
And put in the hours, or again, we can always revisit the city
City
administrator,
administrator.
city manager at that point too. 'Cause, yeah,
And I appreciate the citizen input. but I would need to probably hear a lot more people, because my initial feeling is that we're volunteers and we shouldn't get, and the mayor included.
Okay.
I don't know if this can be done or not, but maybe if the salary goes up, or sorry, if you do hire a city administrator at some point, then the mayor's salary would have to come down, because obviously then he's not performing those functions. Again, for me, it's difficult because then you get people running for the wrong reasons.
Correct.
But it could not be changed until 20, how long are the terms? Are 2 years? It wouldn't be able to be changed until 2025.
And also the other thing is, as the city grows and we become, or we can't grow anymore, all these functions that he's doing now, we won't be as busy, I guess I should say, or maybe that's my thought. You know, you're going to get to a point where you're not going to have the mayor doing all these things. So that's something we got to consider as well, you know, down the road.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with Councilman Hector on, you know, we don't want to inflate this so big to where we're going to get somebody running that really doesn't have any interest in being the mayor. They're just looking for maybe a full-time job.
Correct. I agree 100% with that.
So that's my major concern with trying to inflate this too big. I would entertain reviewing this, you know, with some additional information on there.
And I agree with Councilwoman Morrow that we should probably get some citizen input on this as well to see what their thoughts are on it. I think if they're listening to us tonight or go back to the video, then maybe they could get some ideas and let us know through email or you know, however they want to contact us.
Okay, then. So we want to bring this back to the council at the next council meeting?
What?
We only meet one time we only have 3 more council meetings before January 1st.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask.
And I will not be here at the next council meeting.
And how would we do that if we would just make a budget amendment if there was a salary included after we've approved our budget? How would that work on your side?
Yes, depending on, well, if it happens in May, depending on when, right now the only personnel that are budgeted in the administration department is that executive assistant. And so depending on if that position gets hired and when, you might not have to, and depending on what you do, but if there was a need for it, then yes, you just do a budget amendment mid-year or whenever, in May, whenever.
The new term.
No, I didn't even think about that. If that person can get hired again and help, that's a big assistant to the mayor.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a valid point. I didn't even think about, but you know, if we are bringing on, you know, an executive assistant, you know, that position alone is meant to pull some of the workload off of the mayor. So, thanks for mentioning that. I didn't think about that.
Well, if you're not going to be here at the next meeting and you brought this for discussion, I suggest we do it in November.
In November, the first meeting in November.
Yes.
And then come with,
I think if we're going to get this passed, we need to come with a number. I'll get, spend some time researching, and if you get some feedback from the citizens, then maybe we come back with a proposal with a certain number, or we can discuss it then in November as well.
If you research and talk to the citizens and then come back to the November meeting, and then we'll discuss it at that time and then have an action on it.
Oh yeah, attorney question. Can it be a public hearing?
Well, they can speak on any topic during the public comment, but I'm not sure that this would be
I've always heard that you can have a public hearing for anything. But again, like you said,
Yeah,
You
a
can
public,
speak
a
on the
public
agenda
hear,
item.
a public hearing is not required for this action.
Correct.
But it can, I guess it can be.
It can be.
Yes.
The citizens can be heard just like you can come and speak.
Is that correct? That's what you're asking? Correct, yeah, could it be a public hearing?
Citizens can always speak on an agenda item, regardless if it's a public hearing or a regular agenda item, so you could hear
Okay.
any comment.
All right,
during
so
that action
citizens
item.
will be able to speak at the November
Yes.
meeting. Okay, thank you. I think that kind of covers it. Thank you, council. If everybody would kind of come back with your ideas and your input from the citizens, I would appreciate it. I have my ideas, but I needed everybody's input. Okay, thank you.
Yes, continue to the November meeting. And we probably need to, we don't need to make that motion to. We'll ask for it to be put on the future agenda item for November.
All right, let's go to item 8, executive session. City Council reserves the right to adjourn into executive session during the course of the meeting to seek legal advice from its attorney regarding any item on the posted agenda as authorized by Section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code. 8A is Section 551.071 Government Code, consultation with attorney, pending or contemplated litigation, settlement offer, or to seek advice from city attorney. One item being developer agreement and all matters incident related thereto, and interlocal agreement and all matters incident and related thereto. The time is 10:39, so I close the open session. We will resume in 3 minutes in the conference room for our executive session. It's 11:15 p.m. The council is present in the chambers, and we are resuming the open session meeting. We could go to item number 9. Consider taking any action resulting from executive session. There are none. Let's go to item 10, future agenda items. Council, do you have anything for future agenda items?
Yes, Mayor Halsey, I'd like to put on the November 7th agenda, discussion on mayor's salary.
It's gonna be November 14th.
No,
It moves
oh,
to the
it's no,
second.
oh, it's November 14th?
It moves to the second Monday.
Okay, November 14th.
And I had a request, but it might be moot. Mr. Rogers talked about the traffic mitigation plan and that coming to us shortly, because I was gonna ask about an update for Ms. Johnson from Caraway and the stop signs and speed humps she requested. But I guess my question is, when will the traffic mitigation plan be presented?
I think Mr. Rogers said about a month or so with stop signs, an ordinance that would, so that traffic mitigation plan about that same time. That mitigation plan is in a rough draft right now, but that's existed, and I can state emphatically that those stop signs in Caraway and the school crossing marking have been on that plan for the last 5 or 4 months.
Right. I know they've been on there. I was just wondering when
But you know
this
what I
is
can
action.
do? I can send y'all a PDF of it.
Okay,
just
so we can
through the
kind of look
mail
at
for
it.
y'all to start taking a look at it.
That'd be great.
I'll
Thank you.
do that. Okay. Would you please make a note of that? Remind me tomorrow morning, please. I got this great reminder. Shannon Montgomery. All right. Okay then. Given that, item 11, adjournment. May I have a motion?
Mayor Halsey, I move to adjourn.
A motion is made to adjourn. Is there a second?
Mayor Halsey, I second that motion.
There is a second. All in favor? It's unanimous. Motion passes. Meeting is adjourned at 11:18 p.m. Thank you, council.
This conference is no longer being recorded.
Off.